So we want to get this session started. So the title of our session is Beyond the Alliance, Partnering for European Security. And I have a confession to make. I was quarreling a little bit with this title, so I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative and suggest that we rename this session Building the Alliance and Strengthening European Security. And as we build this alliance, our panelists represent many of the building blocks of this alliance. We have the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark, a founding member of NATO. We have Finnish President Niinistö, our newest family member, we hope very soon, into NATO. And of course, we have Moldovan President Maia Sandu, Moldova as a long-standing partner of NATO. So I can think of no better person to help us frame building the alliance at this extraordinary moment than one of the architects of our modern NATO alliance, the second longest serving Secretary General in NATO history. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg assumed his duties on October 1st, 2014. That was when NATO began its Zeitenwende, as we began to understand the European security situation was beginning to change. Secretary General Stoltenberg has navigated many diplomatic challenges, and we turn to him now to help us set the scene for how we build this alliance anew. So with your applause, please welcome Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg.
Thank you so much, Heather, and it's great to be back in Munich, and great to be here together with Mette, Sauli, and Maja, and I look forward to our conversation in just a few moments. Russia's war against Ukraine grinds on. We may be shocked by its brutality, but we should not be surprised. This is part of a pattern of Russian aggression for several years. And NATO allies shared precise intelligence about Moscow's plans for an invasion long in advance. Over many months, we made every effort to engage Russia in diplomacy. And just days before, on this very stage in Munich, I called on President Putin to step back from the brink. But despite our calls for peace, he chose to attack. We can already draw some important lessons from the war. First, we must sustain and step up our support to Ukraine. Putin is not planning for peace. He is planning for more war, new offensives. And there are no indications he has changed his ambitions. He is mobilizing hundreds of thousands of troops, increasingly putting the Russian economy on a war footing, and reaching out to other authoritarian regimes such as Iran and North Korea to get more weapons. So we must give Ukraine what they need to win and prevail as a sovereign, independent nation in Europe. Some worry that our support to Ukraine risks triggering escalation. Let me be clear. There are no risk-free options. But the biggest risk of all is if Putin wins. If Putin wins in Ukraine, the message to him and other authoritarian leaders will be that they can use force to get what they want. This will make the world more dangerous and us more vulnerable. So supporting Ukraine is not only the morally right thing to do, it is also in our own security interest. The second lesson is that we need to continue to strengthen our deterrence and defense. Wars are unpredictable, and we do not know when or how this one will end. But I do know this: even if the war ends tomorrow, our security environment has changed for the long term. There is no going back. Kremlin wants a different Europe, one where Russia controls neighbors. We also know that Beijing is watching closely to see the price Russia pays or the reward it receives for its aggression. What is happening in Europe today could happen in Asia tomorrow. So the war in Ukraine demonstrates that security is not regional, it is global. In this new and more contested world, we can no longer afford to treat defense as optional. It is a necessity. Yes, spending more on defense means less money for other important tasks, but nothing is more important than our security, to preserve peace. The third lesson is that we need to strengthen the resilience of our societies. Military forces are necessary to protect our security, but they are not sufficient. We must also secure our cyberspace, our supply chains, and our infrastructure. The war in Ukraine has made clear the danger of over-reliance on authoritarian regimes. Not so long ago, many argued that importing Russian gas was purely an economic issue. It is not. It is a political issue. It is about our security. Because Europe's dependency on Russian gas made us vulnerable. So we should not make the same mistakes with China and other authoritarian regimes. We must not become too dependent on products and raw materials we import, avoid exporting key technologies that could be used against us, and protect our critical infrastructure at home. Of course, we should continue to trade and engage economically with China, but our economies and our economic interests cannot outweigh our security interests. So it's only right that we protect ourselves. But in doing so, we must remember that trade among friends and allies makes us stronger and more resilient. We must not create new barriers between free and open economies. The most important lesson from the war in Ukraine is that North America and Europe must stand together. In a more dangerous world, we need our transatlantic alliance more than ever. Without NATO, there is no security in Europe. So this is not the time to look beyond the alliance. This is the time to strengthen and enlarge our alliance, to promote peace, protect our shared security, and defend a global system based on our values and international law. Thank you, and then I look forward to our conversation.
Secretary General Stoltenberg, thank you. And let me please welcome our panelists to the platform. And while they're walking up, Secretary General, if I may start with you. Okay, we'll do the handshake first here. Thank you, welcome. Secretary General, while everyone's getting seated, if I may just ask you the first question, and I want to pull on the unthinkable, but if Putin wins, as you suggested that, NATO would have to incredibly strengthen the eastern flank, its NATO spending. 2% would be the absolute floor. How do we as an alliance prepare for the unthinkable, and what does that alliance look like for the next 10, 15, 20 years?
So first of all, President Putin must not win this war, and that's why NATO allies and partners all around the world has mobilized so much support to Ukraine. Because it will be a tragedy for the Ukrainians, but it will also be extremely dangerous for us. Because then the message is that when he uses force, then he gets what he wants. And we need to understand this is not only a European challenge, this is a global challenge. I recently visited South Korea and Japan, two close partners of NATO, and they see the link between what's going on in Europe and what's going on and may happen in Asia. So Beijing is watching closely the outcome of the war in Ukraine. And of course, if Putin wins in Ukraine, it will impact the decisions and the calculations that Beijing is doing in their part of the world. So this is about our global security. This is not about regional security. NATO has already adapted. The war didn't start in February last year. It started in 2014. And since 2014, we have implemented the biggest reinforcement of our collective defense with more troops, higher readiness, presence in the eastern part of the alliance, new defense plans, and also increased defense spending. And when we meet in Vilnius this year, I'm absolutely certain that we will reconfirm that message, both stronger partnership with our partners in the Asia-Pacific, support for Ukraine, but also how to strengthen our deterrence and defense.
Secretary General, I want one more question to you, and then I want to bring our other panelists into the conversation. So in 5 months, the allies will gather in Vilnius, an incredibly important summit. At the end of that summit, what does success look like for you and for the alliance?
Well, the success is about demonstrating the unwavering support for Ukraine, and I'm absolutely confident that that will be the case in Vilnius. It's about reiterating our commitment to strengthen our deterrence and defense, and it's about building the partnership with our Asia-Pacific partners, because security is not regional, security is global. But then there is one other thing that will mark success, and that is that we will enlarge the alliance. I really work hard and really hope that by the Vilnius summit we will have finalized the accession process, and we have Finland and Sweden as the two new members of our alliance.
Secretary General, that's the perfect segue to opening our conversation with President Niinistö. But before I get to the accession question, President Niinistö, other than former Chancellor Merkel, you probably have had the most conversations with Vladimir Putin, and it was important to keep that dialogue. I would imagine your last conversation was when you shared with him that Finland was applying for NATO membership. But I want to ask you, because your knowledge of Vladimir Putin and you've observed his leadership over the last 12 months, help us understand where you think this regime is going. It's been under enormous stress, and you have some of the sharpest analytical thinking about Russia, and then I'm going to ask you that accession question, but I want to start there first.
Okay, thank you. I have heard said that the Russian regime is the same in the future, if not even more of the same, and we know what the same is here. So we haven't seen any major changes, except that maybe the leadership is more concentrated on Putin, and the amount of elite people around him is maybe reducing a bit. Those more from the business side are maybe far further away at the moment. We have to keep in mind that military is #1 in Russian society, in their economy, in their industry, whatever. And I guess that they are measuring this situation all the time, the Ukrainian war, by their military success. And that's the only figure that really that they really care about. And that also explains that what is going on, and I'm afraid will continue. So something like this.
More of the same, greater intensity. which moves us to the urgency of Finland and Sweden formally joining the alliance. So, Secretary General, I may be bringing you into this conversation as well, because I want to make sure I understand where we are in the process. You were just in Ankara visiting with senior Turkish officials. Obviously, the devastation of the earthquake is unimaginable. But we now have this challenge of a timeline to get to the Vilnius summit. So you were very clear, Secretary General, in Ankara, saying both Sweden and Finland are ready, and we want them to enter as soon as possible. But this suggests that, as our Turkish colleagues have suggested, that they are ready to approve Finland to enter. The Finnish parliament is making the preparations to do that. President, I need the clarity. We know we want Finland and Sweden to come together. That's the goal. But if we must, and if Turkey, and of course Hungary, ratifies the accession protocols, only for Finland, would Finland walk through that door by itself? And if so, Secretary General, what are the implications for that scenario?
Okay, our position is crystal clear. With Sweden, we have made an application expressing our will to join NATO. And that will is considered by member states. 28 of them have accepted us. Then to Turkey. It's in their hands. We have got messages, and you have to be quite keen when you hear messages from Turkey. They may change every now and then. But nevertheless, we have heard them saying also that in an increasing way that Finland, Finland meets criteria which they have put, which are a bit different from those criteria of NATO. But little by little, they have increased in expressing that they might ratify Finland and just Finland. And even we have heard some voices that if Finland is willing to this kind of separation. And our answer is very clear. We have expressed our will together with Sweden, and we don't react at all. We will not accept or demand any kind of separation. But still, situation is such that our applications are at the table in Ankara, and if Turkey decides that yes, they will answer yes to Finland, but not yet yes to Sweden, well, that would be quite a difficult situation. Our hands are in a way tied. We have applied for membership. Should we now say that, no, we cancel our application? No, that we can't simply do. So that's how it looks like. But I want to assure that we have done our part by applying together with Sweden. That's our will to become a member, and it's in Turkish hands to decide whether they want to have us.
Secretary General, this is a dilemma, and I think you've done an excellent job of trying to manage the we want them both in, but we may anticipate a pacing issue here. How do we continue to provide that strong message of solidarity and security, particularly as we get closer to the Vilnius summit?
First of all, NATO has made the decisions we need to make as an alliance already. We made a historic decision at our summit in July to invite Finland and Sweden to become members. And then we all made a decision to agree the accession protocols, and all allies have signed the accession protocols. So the NATO decisions have been made. What now remains is the ratification process of those protocols in all the 30 allied countries. So far, 28 out of 30 have already ratified, and then Turkey and Hungary remains. Of course, my message has been, and was also my message in Ankara earlier this week, that both Finland and Sweden are ready for ratification. They have met the obligations they signed with the trilateral memorandum with Turkey at the NATO summit last July, and therefore I urge all allies to finalize the ratification. But I also said that, of course, what matters is that both become members as soon as possible, not whether one become a member before the other. The most important is to get them both in as soon as possible, and I continue to work hard to ensure that they are members by the Vilnius summit. If I can just add one more thing, and that is that this means that it is a Turkish decision, because they have two protocols. And I urge Turkey to ratify both, but of course if they ratify one, then Finland will be a member of the alliance. Last point is that we have to remember that Sweden and Finland are in a very much better place now than before they applied. It's not as if nothing has happened. They are now invitees, meaning that they're sitting at the NATO table. They participate in NATO meetings. They're more and more integrated in NATO military structures, defense planning, civilian and military activities. NATO has increased its presence in the area. Allies, United States and many other allies have issued assurances, security assurances as part of the accession process. So it's inconceivable that there will be any military threat against Finland or Sweden without NATO reacting. So yes, we need to finalize the process, but we've come a very long way already, both with Finland and Sweden.
Thank you to you both. This is essential and as we understand the next several weeks and months, so thank you. President Sandu, all leaders have tough weeks, but I think you've had a particularly tough week, and I want you to help us understand, of course, hearing news reports that intelligence had picked up a Russian malign operation in Moldova. It, to me, sounded very similar to 2016 in Montenegro, to be honest with you, that type of disruption. If you could share with us what you can, sort of your understanding. You mentioned earlier this week that the situation is still highly destabilizing. And after you share that, how can we learn to better protect our societies from Russian malign influence? Moldova is certainly under enormous pressure right now. So welcome your thoughts on that. And then I turn to how we can strengthen NATO's partnership with Moldova in these difficult days. Please.
Thank you. First, I would like to say that Russia's war against Ukraine has enormous repercussions on every aspect of Moldova's security. It increased, including the military risk for Moldova. In the last few months, we saw 4 missiles crossing illegally our airspace. We have many cases of rocket debris falling on our territory. We see threats coming from different representatives of Russia, the recent one from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who indicated that Moldova might be the next in line. But as long as Ukraine keeps the Russian army far from our borders, we believe that there is not an imminent military threat to Moldova, and Ukraine keeps us safe. At the same time, Russia is already waging a hybrid war against Moldova, and we have many examples. In the fall, they tried to use the energy crisis, hoping that we will not be able to pay for the very high prices for gas and electricity. When they saw that the government managed to find the money, Gazprom cut gas supply by 60%, hoping that we will not find alternative sources and that the paid protests will overthrow the legally elected government. Now we've learned about a new plan that they might try to bring people from outside the country to organize these violent protests and then to force the authorities into negotiations on snap parliamentary elections. There are many elements of this hybrid war. Of course, the most damaging to our democracy is propaganda and the disinformation. But there are multiple cyber attacks. There are multiple false bomb alerts. And of course, all of this is meant to destabilize the society and to use the difficult economic situation that we face because of Russia's war in Ukraine to bring people into the streets and then to change the government and to bring a pro-Russian government that it could use also against Ukraine.
Thank you, President Sandu. Moldova has had a long-standing partnership with NATO. There's now a NATO liaison office in Chisinau. As we think about building and strengthening our partnership, what are opportunities and ways that NATO can be more impactful and helping Moldova with security sector reform, strengthening and modernizing your defense structures? Give us some ideas as we continue to strengthen European security.
Indeed, we do have a long-standing partnership with NATO, and we are very grateful and we are very committed to our long-term plans. At the same time, we did get the promise for additional support at the Madrid summit. Thank you for that. The priority now is to have projects with immediate impact, and the biggest problem that we have now is the need for air surveillance and air defense. And this is needed for Moldova, but this is also needed for the entire region. So we would like our partners to consider this type of assistance that we urgently need. Because of the internal threats of the hybrid war, we also need to support to develop our strategic intelligence capabilities to deal with the cyber threats. We need support to modernize our border security and control. We need support for special intervention focused capabilities. And I believe we need to work together and to be more efficient in tackling the Russian propaganda. It's extremely difficult for us to tackle this issue alone. I think we need to have common approaches on fighting the disinformation, the pro-war propaganda. I think we need to have common approaches in dealing with the social networks which are not responsive to Moldova's requests when it comes to the pro-war propaganda and to the disinformation. And I do believe that they can take us seriously when we approach them together. But this is a very big issue, and as I said, the propaganda, the disinformation is probably now the most damaging element for our society and for our democracy.
Well, and Moldova is very much a laboratory right now of that propaganda, so the alliance could learn an enormous amount. Prime Minister Frederiksen, as you've now, re-election has happened, you've had an extraordinary year of leadership. I would say Denmark has had its own Zeitenwende when after the war began, the full-scale invasion, Denmark taking the important step of joining the common security and defense policy of the EU, committing $1 billion in defense spending. What more needs to be done? And I think the one concern that I have as we get closer to the NATO summit is we are 1 year away from seeing how NATO members have fulfilled their Wales pledge of meeting 2% in 2024. We know Denmark will be shy of that despite the increase in spending. Help us understand the leadership role that you've taken through this period and how Denmark is increasing its defense spending in this regard.
Can I first of all say that, Maya, you are really a brave European president. I mean, Moldova is a small, it's a poor, and it's a fragile European country. You can be next in line when we're talking about Russia. And you are standing up, you as a person, for democracy, rule of law, and anti-corruption. So you are a brave European leader. And of course, all our awareness is about Ukraine. I totally agree with you, Jens. We have to do more, and we have to do it faster. But at the same time, let us not forget Moldova, Georgia, and other neighboring countries. So when you ask me what are the next thing to do, we have to and we need to spend more on our defense. Of course, that's number one. We have to do as much as we can to support Ukraine with weapons, more donations, and we have to do it faster. I think we have to work more closely together in Europe to keep up producing, because it is extremely important to donate more and to do it faster, but also to be able to defend ourselves. But we also have to build much stronger partnerships. And of course, Moldova is a great example of this, but also when it comes to the Global South. Because we focus on Ukraine, that is extremely important, but at the same time, I mean, what is going on in Africa? What's going on in the Sahel region? If we are not able as European countries to build strong alliances in Asia, of course transatlantic is where it starts and where it begins and where it ends, I totally agree. But if we are not able to build stronger alliances with India, with our partners in Asia, as you said, Jens, in Africa, in other places of the world, we will lose, I think, the global war on values. So we have to do a lot of things at the same time, and we have to, I think, be aware that all the crises we are facing are interfering with each other. So, of course, being able to help Ukraine, and we have to win this war, and they will never be able to win it on their own. We have to win it with them. We have to build a stronger European Union. We have to build stronger partnerships with our neighbors. But we have to be much more active on the global scene at the same time.
That's an extraordinary to-do list. I think one of my favorite quotes from you right after the full-scale invasion was historic times call for historical decisions. And I think that's what you're talking about. This is what we've talked about, historical decisions about Finland joining NATO, historical decisions about joining the Euro-Atlantic community fully, historic decisions about defense spending. Prime Minister, if I can ask you, and take the liberty also of having President Niinistö here, the Kingdom of Denmark plays an extraordinary role geographically because of its position in the North Atlantic. And the Kingdom of Denmark has been very forward-leaning on an Arctic strategy, understanding Russia's Arctic militarization and what that means. I know this is something that the Secretary General often repeats, which we're very grateful for. Of course, Finland's and Sweden joining NATO has now the Arctic Council, at least the Arctic 7, will now all be NATO members. Help us think in your own work with the Greenlanders where you see this as far as building the alliance, how we build greater deterrence in the North, and how do we think about the High North looking forward?
Yeah, thank you for bringing up the High North. I think it will be for the next many years, we are in the need of having more discussions about the High North. So we were talking about the hybrid situation. Let's not forget about terrorism. The global situation when it comes to terrorism, it should still be on our common table. But my guess is that we will see a more fragile situation in the High North as well. We are seeing more and more Russian activities. And of course, because of climate change, the High North will change in many different aspects. So we need more awareness, and we need to be physically much more in the High North. You are right, the to-do list is quite long, and I have now made it even longer. But that's how it is to be a leader in these years. I mean, so thank you for putting the High North, and of course, Finland and Sweden being NATO members, hopefully soon, will also be very important when it comes to the Arctic region, and it is becoming more and more fragile as well.
Absolutely. President Niinistö, you want to come in?
Yes, I see two elements. First, the security point of view. I fully agree with Mette, what she said. Actually, tradition has been that Arctic Council doesn't take any opinion on security issues. And, well, We see at the same time that the high north, the tensions are growing all the time, and the interest towards that is not only limited to Arctic Council countries. For example, UK is also strongly involved in security issues. But there's also another element that is the environmental one. We have to keep in mind that Russia covers half of the Arctic. And I have often said that if we lose the Arctic because of climate change, we lose the globe. And there we have to be capable of somehow trying at least to cooperate or let Russians understand, put them understand that the question is very crucial. Their houses are collapsing in tundra area where the ice is melting. So they have to realize that it's a common problem too. But back to security issues, that is an increasing issue, and I believe that NATO is taking more and more notice to that too. So it's historic that we have 2 new NATO members in Arctic Council, in next Arctic Council meeting maybe. Hope so.
Exactly. So I'm going to bring the audience into this important conversation, but I'm going to ask each of you to help with a question that many in the think tank community are wrestling with, and I want a really short answer. I'm going to start with you. I'm going to work down the row. So Secretary General, I'm going to start with you. Do you feel the center of gravity in Europe is now shifted east? And if you believe that, why? Really short. Because we've had a debate that, no, it's not shifting east. Yes, it's shifting east. And then what does it mean? Has it been shifting?
It depends totally what you mean by the question. What has shifted east is NATO's presence. Also, we have much more presence, military presence, exercises in the east, because we have seen over several years a more aggressive Russia. And to respond to that, especially since 2014, we have for the first time in our history deployed NATO troops in the eastern part of the alliance. But of course, many of those troops come from the western part of the alliance. So this demonstrates how NATO is together and how we support each other. And we do that to ensure that Russia cannot continue its aggressive actions against countries in Europe, and to send a very clear message to Moscow that NATO is there to protect and defend NATO territory, every inch of NATO territory.
Prime Minister, shifting east, north and east with Sweden and Finland, do you feel that sense of shift of gravity from the war?
No, I agree with Jens. Of course, we need to be aware of the current situation. So we have supported, all the decisions that has been taking when it comes to the eastern flank, and probably we will have to stay there for a period of time. But I think what is so important about NATO is that NATO is flexible in its way of thinking, in our way of thinking. So of course now the situation is about Ukraine and unfortunately maybe also other neighboring countries. But at the same time, we are able to work with the cyber hybrid situation. And as I said before, I think we need more focus in the south because of the very, very difficult situation, especially in Sahel region. But I think the most important thing is that we are flexible in our way of thinking, and we are able as NATO to move very fast when something occurs in front of us.
President Sandu, do you feel that shift to the east?
I do believe that because of this war, my country is now already part of Europe's security belt. We have been helping with the refugees, with the solidarity lanes, and we are trying to become a provider of security. We need help to become a more serious provider of security for the region.
President Nistud?
Well, I think it's quite natural that we are now a bit eastwards because of the Ukrainian war. But I would also point out a certain kind of flexibility. surely we have to be prepared to react wherever there's a problem. And north, yes, Arctic area, Russian border, yes, Black Sea, maybe even Mediterranean. So to be ready to react to whatever, that's the lesson, I guess, we have got during the past year.
So the answer to the think tanks is the center of gravity is flexibility and being where we need to be. All right, we have some great questions coming forward. And let me turn the microphone here, right down the front with Alexei. Please introduce yourself and direct your question to the panelists.
Thank you very much. My name is Alexei Goncharenko. I'm a member of Ukrainian parliament. And the topic of this panel is building the alliance, right? And I think the building of the alliance will be always incomplete without Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia. So I have two questions from this. First to Secretary General Stoltenberg. This year NATO summit in Vilnius, will there be a strong and clear signal that Ukraine will be a member of NATO, maybe by providing membership action plan or just by statement, but clear and strong that NATO is waiting Ukraine? And the second question is to President Sandu. Maybe it's the time for Moldova to revise the policy of neutrality. I understand that it's not just your decision, but I'm very much interested in what you personally think about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Secretary General.
So NATO's position on membership for Ukraine is unchanged. We agreed back in 2008 that Ukraine will become a member of the alliance, and that is still our position. Then, of course, what matters now is to ensure that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign independent state, because without having Ukraine as a sovereign independent state, there's no way to discuss any kind of relationship between NATO and Ukraine in the future. So the urgent need is to provide military support, as NATO allies and partners are doing every day. In that context, I also welcome the initiative from Prime Minister Sunak to actually have a discussion about the framework we need to ensure an enduring peace after this war ends. Because when the war ends, we need to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself, that Russia doesn't continue to invade Ukraine, because this is a pattern. It started in 2008 with the invasion of Georgia, then in 2014 Crimea and Donbass, and then in last year the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine. And we cannot allow Russia to continue to chip away European security, and we need to break the circle of Russian aggression against European countries. And therefore we need, when this war ends, to establish some kind of framework that ensures that Russia's aggression doesn't continue.
President Sandu.
Yes, looking at what Russia does to Ukraine today, it's clear that neutrality cannot defend us. Neutrality can defend only when the other countries respect it. But you know that today there is no popular support, enough popular support to change that, and we know that, we understand that, and we acknowledge the situation. We can discuss why is that, and I think the Russian propaganda is to a big extent to be blamed for that. For instance, today, one of the lines of the Russian propaganda is that neutrality means that the country should not strengthen its defense sector, which doesn't make any sense. But unfortunately, there are many people in Moldova who are scared of the war, and they buy this kind of propaganda. So that's why I thought that we need to work together to deal with this, to counter this propaganda. But given the situation, as I said, there is no question now about changing the neutrality, but definitely Moldova should be helped to strengthen its defense sector, and Moldova should be part of the new European security architecture.
Thank you so much. I see back there Tobias Elwood. If we can have a microphone right there, if you can follow my finger. And this will be the last question, because I have one closing question for this panel. Tobias.
Thank you very much indeed. Secretary General, I think you summed up the situation by saying Putin enjoys using force and gets away with it. And if we don't stand up to Putin, then he exploits our weakness. You've heard on the stage the president of Moldova. It almost feels like we're going through this all again after Ukraine. Could I ask what more we could do internationally to support Moldova, because that could very much be next. I was one of the first people, indeed, at this conference last year to say that NATO countries or the Joint Expeditionary Force should be sending forces to Ukraine to prevent Russia's invasion. But we blinked, we were spooked by Russia's rhetoric. So my question is here, you've heard from the Prime Minister of Denmark as well, stating the difficulties that Moldova is now facing. Yes, of course, we need to pressurize and support Ukraine, but Moldova clearly could be next. What more can we do internationally? What more can NATO do? What more can the Joint Expeditionary Force do to support Moldova now before it's too late?
Prime Minister Ferguson, I want to turn that question to you as you were thinking, what can we do? And then Secretary General, if you have some thoughts on that as well.
Should I start?
No.
Okay. I think Jens can answer when it comes to what we can do in the NATO frame, but I would like to add what we can do politically. Because what you said is very important, that you have a big minority of your population that actually supports Russia because of fake news and the war Russia is into when it comes to the medias and so on. And we can only, as leaders, we can only support Ukraine and Moldova if we have the support of our populations, because we are democracies. And when we are delivering, like Denmark, our whole artillery to Ukraine, it demands support from our populations. So I think fighting inflation, working with Moldova when it comes to energy. You are not producing any energy on your own. And I think you told me that the prices of gas has been doubled in a very, very poor European country. So, I mean, if you are an ordinary family in Moldova facing that your bills have been doubled, you could maybe feel then it would be better to have Russia to help us or to be a part of our daily life. So, I mean, bringing economic development into our partner countries, and never to forget the global south. I really wanted this perspective because, I mean, the food crisis and the energy crisis is working against us when it comes to the situation in Ukraine. So, of course, there's something we can do when it comes to protect Moldova, but at the same time, we need to help to develop Moldova to make sure that the population supports the European perspective, both when it comes to NATO and when it comes to the European Union. I think this is at least as important as the hard measures that I guess Jens will talk about as well.
So first of all, I agree fully with Mette. We need to provide support and different types of support to Moldova as soon as possible. Georgia and Ukraine, two other countries which are vulnerable for Russian aggression, has experienced Russian aggression, they aspire for NATO membership. Moldova has not made a decision to aspire for NATO membership, and of course we totally respect that. But I think if there's any lesson or an additional lesson to be learned from the war in Ukraine, is that we need to support countries which are vulnerable for Russian aggression as fast and as soon as possible.
Для обговорення є безпекова ситуація в Україні. Конференція вже триває другий день, і делегацію США на цій конференції очолює віце-президентка США Камала Гарріс. Ми очікуємо на її виступ буквально через кілька хвилин. Зараз триває панель, присвячена Молдові, присвячена Україні і безпеці в регіоні загалом. Ми знаємо, бачимо зараз Єнс Столтенберг виступає, а також заходить делегація, яка представляє США. Віце-президентка вже перебуває другий день у Мюнхені, і вчора вона провела двосторонні зустрічі з президентом Франції Еммануелем Макроном, канцлером Німеччини Олафом Шольцем, і на обох цих зустрічах була серед основних питань це саме підтримка України, і підтримка України заявлена як одна з основних тем Білим домом саме для візиту пані Гарріс. Як сказали в Білому домі, що Гарріс на своїх зустрічах відзначає хоробрість та стійкість, які виявив народ України, історичні дії міжнародної спільноти з 2022 року. Практично рік тому розпочалося повномасштабне вторгнення Росії до України, і це на той час, рік тому, була одна з основних тем МЮНХЕНСЬКої безпекової конференції. Тепер через рік Гарріс, як кажуть в Білому домі, затверджує єдність та чіткість трансатлантичної позиції і підтверджує безпекові обов'язки перед союзником, а також засуджує незаконні та жорстокі дії Росії і закликає до відповідальності та справедливості. Вчора під час зустрічі з Макроном Гарріс тепло привітала французького президента, наголосила, що, звичайно, спілкування США та Франції є частиною постійної співпраці впродовж багатьох поколінь і до сьогодні. З промовами вчора виступали також Макрон, президент Франції, та канцлер Шольц. І Макрон, зокрема, заявив, що зараз не час для діалогу з Росією, і закликав міжнародну спільноту збільшити допомогу Україні. Зараз ми бачимо, міняється склад дискусійної панелі на Мюнхенській безпековій конференції, і очікуємо, поки вже буде представлено американську делегацію. Ми знаємо, що Камала Гарріс вже прибула до будівлі, де відбувається Мюнхенська конференція. А як я казала вчора, Макрон закликав інтенсифікувати підтримку для народу України, Збройних сил України. І цитую Макрона, щоб допомогти їм перейти в контрнаступ, і лише це може дозволити почати перемовини, що заслуговують на довіру. Кінець цитати. Макрон сказав, що Росія обрала війну. Він сказав, що, звичайно, Росія проводить дестабілізацію не лише в Україні, але в Африці і на Кавказі, і окремо відзначив на той час роль групи Вагнера в усьому цьому. Він зазначив, що раніше вірив запевненням Путіна, що російський уряд не має стосунку до групи Вагнера, але потім переконався, що це є не так. Вчора, до речі, в Білому домі озвучили оцінки втрат групи Вагнера в Україні. Названа цифра 30 тисяч втрат, з них 9 тисяч загиблими, і велика кількість з них, звичайно, ті засуджені, які група Вагнера набирала до себе в свої лави в Росії. Вчора на Мюнхенській конференції також з промовою виступив канцлер Німеччини Олаф Шольц. І він наголосив, що вперше в історії ядерна держава Росія веде імперіалістичну загарбницьку війну на європейській землі. Саме з цим він пов'язав те, що потрібно було Заходу, потрібно було міжнародній спільноті напрацьовувати відповідь на це. І Шольц ще раз підкреслив, що хоче бути певним, щоб ця війна не переросла у війну між НАТО та Росією. І цитую Шольца, він сказав, що моє послання полягає в тому, що ми продовжимо заходити баланс між наданням найкращої можливої підтримки Україні та уникненням ненавмисної ескалації. Він подякував Байдену за те, що президент США поділяє таку точку зору, і наголосив на тому, що потрібно координувати всі ключові кроки з союзниками, бо війна по сусідству з нами в Європі – це небезпечна війна. Водночас він закликав союзників надавати Україні танки та інші озброєння. Як ми знаємо, позиція Німеччини еволюціонувала в плані надання танків в Україні, але зараз, от вчора Шольц уже зазначив, що зброя, яку постачає Захід, не продовжує війну, а навпаки може стримувати цю війну. Водночас закликавши до обережності. Знову ж таки цитую Шольца, він сказав, що незважаючи на весь тиск, обережність має мати пріоритет над поспішними рішеннями, а єдність над самостійними діями. Вчора також до Мюнхенської конференції звернувся президент України Володимир Зеленський. Він порівняв Україну з біблейським Давидом, який переміг велетня Голіафа. І, цитуючи Зеленського, він сказав, що Росія і Голіаф впадуть цього року, і нам вдасться це завершити так, як вдалося Давиду. Ми переконаємо всіх, що немає альтернативи нашій перемозі. Кінець цитати, це сказав Зеленський в своєму виступі вчора на Мюнхенській конференції, де вже прозвучало багато виступів інших міжнародних лідерів. Америка добре представлена на цій конференції, як і минулого року. США на чолі делегації є Камала Гарріс, яка є віце-президенткою США. Також тут в конференції бере участь державний секретар США Ентоні Блінкен. Також достатньо велика група американських законодавців приїхала до Мюнхена для того, щоб взяти участь в цій безпековій конференції. І журналістка «Голосу Америки» Катерина Лісунова поспілкувалася з деякими з законодавців, які є в цій делегації, як від демократичної, так і республіканської партії. І вони відзначили в інтерв'ю, що є рекордна відвідуваність цього року на Мюнхенській безпековій конференції. Загалом конгресмени наголошують, що важливо, що вони будуть обговорювати також безпекову ситуацію в Україні з представниками інших країн-партнерів, з військовими керівниками. І, наприклад, конгресмен-республіканець Джо Вілсон сказав в інтерв'ю Лісунові, що переконаний, що головним сигналом з Мюнхена буде повідомлення про те, що Західний альянс міцний як ніколи, і що нинішню нестабільність у світі спричинила одна людина – Путін. Вілсон також сказав, що Путін жертвує молодими росіянами заради власного збагачення грошима, владою та нафтою. І він висловив переконання, що ці консультації в Мюнхені... Ми бачимо, що ведучий Мюнхенської безпекової конференції закликає учасників зайняти свої місця для того, щоб була змога продовжити ведення конференції, перейти до панелі, яка включає виступ віце-президентки США Камали Гарріс. Бачимо в залі деякі американські сенатори та інші та конгресмени, та інші законодавці. Знову звернувся ведучий з проханням до учасників конференції зайняти свої місця. Бачимо Ненсі Пелосі, колишня спікерка Палати представників США. Вона приєдналася до американської делегації і також перебуває в Мюнхені. Вона буде сьогодні виступати з промовою. До речі, принагідно закликаю вас читати ексклюзивне інтерв'ю, яке Ненсі Пелосі дала «Голосу Америки» сьогодні на нашому сайті. Пелосі вітається з усіма, однак також бачимо Єнса Столтенберга та лідерку Фінляндії. Але ще раз звертається ведучий закликає всіх займати свої місця. Звичайно, дуже велику зацікавленість викликає саме виступ очільниці американської делегації на безпековій конференції. Можливо, тому не
Ladies and gentlemen, the session will begin momentarily, and so you will need to sit down, otherwise this won't get going.
Бачимо Єнса Столтенберга, генерального секретаря НАТО, якраз на попередній панелі, де він був разом з керівницею Молдови, виступав. Вони казали про те, що надзвичайно важлива в безпековій ситуації саме позиція народу, наскільки люди підтримують ту чи іншу політику. І саме Столтенберг зазначив про те, що саме позиція і героїзм українського народу зробили можливим такий опір російській агресії. Попри неодноразові заклики ведучого, ще не всі учасники зайняли свої місця. Але виступ Камали Гарріс вже має скоро початися. Як я говорила, велика кількість, достатньо велика делегація з сенаторів американських і конгресменів супроводжує Гарріс в цій поїздці, в цьому візиті. І, як вони сказали «Голосу Америки», що ця конференція надасть ще один шанс переконатися в тому, що Альянс і Захід займає єдину позицію щодо підтримки України. Так, наприклад, сенаторка-демократка Джин Шахін заявила, що її очікування від конференції, що учасники почують про те, які нагальні потреби є в Україні, що також вона каже, що це гарний шанс перевірити, де ми знаходимося зараз, планувати, що потрібно протягом цього року. Ще один сенатор від республіканської партії Джим Ріш в коментарі «Голосу Америки» відзначив рекордну відвідуваність конференції цього року і сказав, що ця рекордна відвідуваність перетвориться на ефективність, зокрема ефективність щодо майбутніх кроків в допомозі Україні. І саме на переконання Ріша люди, всі учасники приїхали на цю Мюнхенську конференцію і зробили таку рекордну відвідуваність саме через те, через війну, яку Росія веде в Україні, необхідність координувати позицію Заходу і виявити єдність в цій ситуації. Ріше сказав в коментарі «Голосу Америки», що ми зможемо найкраще реалізувати зусилля, щоб допомогти українцям перемогти у цій війні. Однак відзначив, що, звичайно, інші питання, такі як питання Китаю, будуть обговорюватися. І одна конференція значною мірою буде зосереджена на Україні. Це ми бачимо, що практично кожен виступ тим чи інакшим чином він стосується України і стосується безпекової ситуації, яка є в регіоні. Трошки затримується початок виступу Камали Гарріс, хоча ми знаємо, що вона вже прибула до місця, де проводиться конференція, і бачили, що її делегація вже зайшла до зали. У Гарріс заплановані двосторонні зустрічі. На сьогодні, вчора вона провела двосторонні зустрічі з лідером Франції Еммануелем Макроном, з канцлером Німеччини Олафом Шольцем. І, як сказали в Білому домі, питання України є високо на порядку денному. Під час цих зустрічей Гарріс, цитую заяву Білого дому, відзначила хоробрість, стійкість, яку виявив народ України, історичні дії міжнародної спільноти з минулого року, єдність та чіткість трансатлантичної позиції. Також Гарріс підтверджує безпекові обов'язки перед союзниками та засуджує незаконні та жорстокі дії Росії і закликає до відповідальності та справедливості. Кінець цитати. Тобто ми бачимо, що питання України є справді високо на порядку денному.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. Please take your seats now.
Ведучий ще раз, це вже, здається, вп'яте, закликав учасників зайняти свої місця і оголосив, що виступ ось-ось почнеться.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador
Пані та
Christoph
панове, будь ласка, вітайте голову Мюнхенської конференції, посла Крістофа Хойсте.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my
Пані та панове, для мене честь і приємність вітати тут віце-президентку США Камалу Гарріс. Ми продовжуємо традицію, що на Мюнхенській безпековій конференції США представляють віце-президент. Це почалося з 2009 року. Ми задоволені, що це триває. Трансатлантична делегація тут фантастична. 59 років тому, правда, тут були лише чоловіки на цій посаді. Зараз жінка віце-президента. Ми вас вітаємо.
Thank you, Christoph. Thank you.
Дякую,
Well, it is
Крістоф.
my honor to be back
Для мене честь знову бути на Мюнхенській безпековій конференції. Як багато хто знає, минулого року на цій сцені я попереджала про неминуче вторгнення до України з боку Росії. І давайте всі пам'ятатимемо, що багато хто думав, яким чином ми мусимо відповідати. Багато питали себе, чи можна зупинити Росію, чи збереться разом НАТО, чи розпадеться НАТО, чи буде готова Україна. Колеги, сьогодні, через рік, ми знаємо, Київ тримається. Росія послаблена. Трансатлантичний альянс міцний, як ніколи. І що найбільше важливо, дух українського народу сильний. І за президентства США Джо Байдена наша країна продемонструвала рішуче лідерство. Як часто каже президент Байден, Сполучені Штати підтримуватимуть Україну стільки, скільки буде потрібно. Ми не похитнемося. Сьогодні на цій Мюнхенській безпековій конференції я стверджую, що я кажу про те, що зараз, про що йдеться, що на кону. Це моральний інтерес, це стратегічний інтерес. І чому Україна є важливою для народу Америки, для народу Європи, для людей по всьому світу. Перше, з перших днів цієї неспровокованої війни ми бачили, що російські сили вчиняють жахливі звірства і воєнні злочини. Їх дії – це напад на наші спільні цінності, напад на нашу спільну гуманність. І давайте чітко зазначимо, російські сили проводять масштабний і системний напад проти цивільного населення. Жахливі вбивства, катування, зґвалтування, депортації, вбивства в стилі розстрілів, побиття, катування електрошоком. Російська влада силоміць депортувала сотні тисяч людей з України до Росії, включаючи дітей. Вони жорстоко відокремили дітей від їхніх родин. І ми всі бачили картини або фото театра в Маріуполі, де сотні людей було вбито. Подумайте про те фото вагітної жінки, вбитої після удару по пологовому будинку, де вона готувалася до народження. Згадайте фото Бучі. Цивільних було холоднокровно застрілено. Їхні тіла залишили на вулиці. Жахливе фото чоловіка, який їхав на власному велосипеді. Згадайте про 4-річну дівчинку, про яку, як повідомляє ООН, на яку було здійснено напад, сексуальний характер з російським солдатом. Це 4-річна дитина. Це варварство і це нелюдськість. Задовго до того, як я була віце-президенткою, Я провела більшість своєї кар'єри як прокурорка. Я почала як молодий юрист в суді, а потім керувала Каліфорнійським департаментом юстиції. Я знаю дуже чітко про важливість збору фактів і важливість перевірки законності. У випадку дій Росії в Україні ми дослідили докази. Ми знаємо правові стандарти. І ми не маємо сумнівів. Це злочини проти людства. Штати офіційно вказують, що Росія коїть злочини проти людства. І я кажу всім, хто коїть ці злочини, а також їхнім керівникам, які є співучасниками цих злочинів. Ви будете відповідати. Перед лицем цих фактів, які є переконливими тут в Мюнхені, давайте поновимо нашу відданість підзвітності. Давайте поновимо нашу звітність верховенству права.
Верховенство права. Стосовно Сполучених Штатів Америки, ми надалі будемо підтримувати юридичний процес в Україні і міжнародні розслідування, тому що справедливість мусить панувати. Давайте ми всі погодимося від імені усіх жертв, як відомих, так і невідомих. Справедливість мусить панувати. В цьому є наш моральний поклик. Ми також маємо значний стратегічний інтерес. Війна в Україні має далекосяжні глобальні наслідки. Жодна нація не є в безпеці, коли одна країна порушує суверенітет і територіальну недоторканність іншої країни. Де злочини проти людства скоєні безкарно, де країна з імперськими амбіціями може йти непокараною. Наша відповідь на вторгнення з Росії – це демонстрація колективної рішучості підтримувати міжнародні права і закони, правила і закони, які від кінця Другої світової війни надавали безпрецедентну безпеку не тільки для народів Америки, не тільки для народів Європи, але для народів в усьому світі. Принципи, які зазначають, що суверенні країни мають право на мирне співіснування, що кордони не можуть бути змінені силою, що є невід'ємне право людини, яке уряди мусять поважати, і що верховенство права мусить бути збережено. Безперечно, цей момент став випробуванням нашої здатності утримувати і підтримувати ці правила і закони. І ми сильними залишалися, і ми мусимо залишатися сильними. Тому що якщо Путін досягне успіху зі своєю атакою на ці фундаментальні принципи, інші нації, інші країни, вони відчують безкарність і вони будуть, це їх спонукає, щоб їхня авторитарна сила, щоб вони згинали світ під свою волю, під своє бажання, дезінформація і навіть брутальною силою. Міжнародний порядок, на якому ми всі покладаємося, може бути в загрозі. Отже, в інтересах глобальної безпеки одна з наших визначальних місій полягає в тому, щоб підтримувати міжнародний порядок, який фундаментально стоїть на праві і законі. Подумайте, понад 142 країни проголосували в ООН засудженням агресії Росії і підтримкою суверенітету і територіальної недоторканності України, в захист фундаментальних принципів Хартії ООН. Безперечно, ми бачили нації, такі як Північна Корея і Іран, які надсилали озброєння в Росії. Ми також, нас турбує те, що Пекін поглибив свої стосунки з Росією від часу, як почалася війна. Дивлячись на перспективу, будь-які кроки Китаю стосовно надання воєнної підтримки Росії будуть тільки сприяти цим порушенням і буде підривати міжнародну систему, міжнародний порядок. Знову ж таки, Сполучені Штати і надалі будуть сильно підтримувати, і ми будемо це робити так довго, наскільки це буде потрібно. Американський народ, як ви розумієте, в захопленні від рішучості народу України, в захваті їхньої здатності до спротиву і їхньої правоті, їхнього бажання боротися за свободу і надзвичайна ця здатність президента Зеленського. По суті, в Мюнхені є члени Конгресу Сполучених Штатів тут в Мюнхені, як республіканці, так і демократи, представники Палати представників і Сенату. І вони також тут разом, тому що вони розуміють високу ціну, що це керівництво є ключовим для підтримки України. І президент Байден і я знають, що наша підтримка, їхня підтримка України буде продовжуватися. Ми також знаємо, Україна буде і надалі буде продовжувати отримувати підтримку від трансатлантичної спільноти. Путін думав, що він може розділити НАТО. Пам'ятаєте, де ми були рік тому? І він отримав поразку в цьому. Альянс НАТО сьогодні є набагато сильніше, ніж коли-небудь за всю свою історію. І рішучість Сполучених Штатів до НАТО і 5-та стаття, вона є залізобетонною. Подивіться на нашу багатосторонню співпрацю. Ми надали разом історичну допомогу Україні. Разом ми нанесли стратегічну поразку Росії. Разом ми наклали безпрецедентні кошти на Росію. І разом ми досягли енергетичної безпеки. І ми разом дісталися до того, щоб стояти разом за наші спільні інтереси і наші спільні цінності, і нашу спільну гуманність. Я не маю сумніву, що цей союз і надалі, ця єдність буде продовжуватися. Я не маю ілюзій про шлях вперед. Будуть ще темні дні в Україні. Щоденна агонія війни буде продовжуватись. Глобальні ефекти будуть продовжуватися відчуватися країнами і близько, і далеко, від Африки до Південно-Східної Азії, до Карибського басейну. Але якщо Путін думав, що він може перечекати, він помилявся. Час не на його стороні. Безперечно, українці будуть продовжувати нести випробування, як це було протягом минулого року. Трансатлантична єдність буде продовжуватись і теж буде випробуватись постійно. І я певна, що Україна вистоїть у цьому, що Сполучені Штати і Європа вистоять у цьому. І моє останній пункт. Америка буде і продовжувати на захисті стояти гідності, на захисті правил і законів, і на захисті свободи. Є забагато висока ціна для того, щоб робити інакше. І американці дуже добре знають значення своєї незалежності. Ми віримо в фундаментальну важливість суверенітету і верховенства права. І ми будемо завжди стояти на боці справедливості. Колеги, я думаю, що ми всі знаємо, коли майбутнє покоління подивляться на цей момент в історії, вони побачать, що ми розуміли завдання, яке було перед нами, і ті ролі, і ми також виконали все, що необхідно в цей момент. Сполучені Штати пишаються бути вашим партнером в цій високій справі. Дякую за увагу.
Пані віце-президенте, дякую вам за потужну промову, цю відданість трансатлантичній єдності, відданість підтримці України. І тут багато представників України зараз в аудиторії. Я думаю, що вони відчули вашу підтримку. Я хочу запитати, ви підтвердили підтримку США. І зараз починається передвиборча кампанія в Америці. Ви є демократичною країною. Ми знаємо, з якого ви боку. Наскільки ви впевнені, що Путін не досягне успіху? Дякую, Христоф. Як я сказала, я вірю в народ Америки. Я переконана, що вони розуміють, про що йдеться. Це моральний інтерес, це стратегічний інтерес. Я скажу, я подорожую багато по Сполученими Штатами, і я бачила український прапор, який піднімають в тих місцях, про які, можливо, ви навіть не чули, що є такі містечка в Сполучених Штатах. Люди на своїх оселях піднімають свій прапор, вони гордо піднімають його поряд з американським прапором. Американці знають про ці фото, які були з Бучі. Американці дуже горді тим, що вони борються за незалежність і своєю боротьбою за незалежність, яка була основою нашої країни, основою наших принципів і цінностей. І ми, якщо побачимо, куди прямують Сполучені Штати, це базується на тому, звідки ми прийшли, де ми були рік тому, де ми зараз, в плані ресурсів, в плані внесків, які Сполучені Штати дають. Це від боєприпасів до зброї, це Хаймарси, Джавеліни, Стінгери. Я дивлюся на це в контексті Конгресу Сполучених Штатів. Багато представників, яких тут є. Мені сказали, що це найбільша делегація американського конгресу до такої конференції. Обидві партії представлені, обидві палати американського конгресу представлені. І наскільки є підтримка обох партій в нашому конгресі, підтримці Україні. 45 мільярдів доларів в, як ми називаємо, омнібус, це всеохопний закон щодо бюджетів. 45 мільярдів доларів було виділено для України. І ми хочемо побачити, що українці є сильними на полі бою. І це не лише обов'язок, не лише наша відданість для народу України, це відданість нашим цінностям як країни. Я хочу також сказати про важливість альянсів. Європа, вчора я зустрічалася з канцлером Шольцем. Що ми робили з Німеччиною разом. Тобто це означає, що ми поділяємо цінності, ми розуміємо, що на кону. Ми є гарними колегами в плані координації наших ресурсів, збору ресурсів таким чином, щоб Україна мала всі можливості якнайкраще показати себе на полі бою. Дякую. Спостерігачі, правда, бачать, що ці трансатлантичні відносини Сполучених Штатів, Європи є надзвичайно потужними, і дякуємо вам за це. Однак є IRA, це закон про зменшення інфляції в Сполучених Штатах. Він викликає занепокоєння тут через Атлантичний океан. Яким чином запобігти цим розбіжностям в торгівлі, в нашим розбіжностям, які виникли через цей закон про зменшення інфляції? І дякую вам за те, що торкнулися цієї теми. Хочу почати з того, що який є дух, який є намір цього закону. Для нас дуже важливою темою є наша відповідальність в зменшенні кліматичної кризи. І наші європейські друзі давно нас звертаються до нас, щоб ми посилили свою роль в подоланні кліматичної кризи. І зараз ми з гордістю можемо сказати, що Сполучені Штати інвестують історично великі обсяги в тому, щоб подолати цю кліматичну кризу. І те, що в нас є підтримка Конгресу в цих зусиллях. Коли я думаю про вплив на наших друзів від цього закону і взаємозв'язок, взаємовплив від того, що ми робимо, як це впливає на Європу, ми бачимо, що наші інвестиції мають глобальний вплив. Перше, І, на жаль, Сполучені Штати відповідальні за велику кількість викидів парникових газів. Ми мусимо зменшити ці викиди не лише на користь для того, щоб допомогти нашим людям, американцям, але й для того, щоб допомогти світові. Тобто це важлива інвестиція в те, щоб змінити ситуацію. І, як ви знаєте, багато з наших друзів в Європі, по всьому світові, ми також запровадили дуже жорсткі стандарти. Тобто у нас є ціль із зменшення викидів парникових газів. Друге – інвестиції до інновацій. Зараз починається період, коли ми створюємо нову економіку чистої енергії. І якщо побачити в нас інвестора, який створює стимули для приватного сектору, для науковців, проводити дослідження, досягати інновацій в кліматичній сфері, то це матиме вплив на весь світ. Але, як ви кажете, є питання, які ми маємо вирішити в тісній консультації з нашими друзями у світі. Ми створили робочу групу в Сполучених Штатах для того, щоб відповісти на занепокоєння. Я вчора зустрічалася з президентом Макроном, з канцлером Шольцем і говорила про ці питання також. Дякую за це запевнення, тому що нам не потрібні ці розбіжності в даний час. І от останнє питання від мене. МЮНХЕНСЬКА безпекова конференція присвячена Україні, підтримці України, Трансатлантичному Союзу. Ми запросили рекордну кількість представників і від півдня, глобального півдня. Тому що якщо подивитися поговорити з представниками глобального півдня, то багато з них не визначилися. Вони бачать, що є продовження конфлікту між Росією та НАТО, Росією та Європою і Росією, і вони відчувають, що вони бояться наслідків цього і не хочуть займати якусь позицію. Ви сказали про те, що більше 140 країн проголосувало на підтримку України, але деякі з тих країн воліють утриматися, а не ставати на чиюсь сторону.
Про верховенство права, те, що ви згадували, що ми мусимо робити щось таке, щоб переконати, тому що наші показники в історії вони були дуже добрими. Що ми можемо зробити разом для того, щоб перемогти погляди в тих країнах, які це ще не стали? По-перше, до них ставитися як до партнерів. Ми говорили вдвох, я коротенько, і тепер я хочу перед друзями сказати, на цій сцені сказати, на цій платформі. Я думаю, що це важлива тема для розмов. Я зустрічався з багатьма лідерами Африки, Карибського басейну, країнами, і те, що мені здається, що вони праві в тому, що вони хочуть, щоб їхні голоси було почуто на кожному рівні. Тому що вплив на їхні країни величезний. Ми дивимося, наприклад, на африканські країни і що агресія Росії проти України означає для питання безпеки, харчів, продовольства і енергетики. І ми знаємо, що ці країни є великими імпортерами і продовольства, і енергетики. Отже, коли ціни збільшуються, то це на них дуже сильно впливає, що російська війна на них впливає. В контексті, що нам треба зробити також стосовно попередньої дискусії, мати під увагою, яким чином це впливає на кризу клімату. Ми є джерелом найбільших викидів, і країни Карибського басейну, вони те розповідали про ерозію ґрунтів через питання екстремальних випадків, кліматичних явищ, і як це впливає на їхній національний валовий продукт. І ми мусимо про це не забувати, коли ми ведемо діалоги як партнери, щоб розуміти це і вирішувати ці питання разом, єдиною силою нашою. Мій друг президент Гани вчора казав, і він дуже добре висловився, я перефразую це, але моє розуміння того, що він сказав, нам треба відійти від парадигми «вони проти них». Я думаю, що інакше просто ці стосунки, які ми маємо, і для всіх причин, про які ви казати, що воно варте, щоб піднімати це питання в наших дискусіях і надалі. Дякую. І я думаю, що це залишиться темою тут. Ми будемо і надалі обговорювати це також наступного року. І пані віце-президент, так що чи ми можемо вам замовити готельну кімнату, щоб ви приїхали до нас наступного року? Дуже дякую за те, що ви взяли участь в цьому.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue in a moment.
Yeah, that has been the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. We will talk about this in depth in just an instant, but now we travel from the United States across the ocean to the United Kingdom. Coming up next, Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. You're watching BR24 live. Just stay with us.
Leave the room or remain seated. The program will begin in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue in the instance of a moment. Please leave the room or remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the program in a moment. Please remain seated or leave the room. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the European correspondent for Bloomberg, Maria Tedeo.
Thank you so much. We can just take a seat. If we could just take a seat. Go for it. Should I go? Okay, so if we could now just take a seat. The session is about to start. I'm about to bring in the Prime Minister of the UK. If we could just sit for a second, that would be great. Okay, well, thank you so much. And now on the main stage of the Munich Security Conference, the Prime Minister of the UK, Rishi Sunak. Prime Minister.
The United Kingdom will always be on the side of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. And the security of our European continent will always be our overriding priority. Now, there's no greater example of those commitments than our response to the war in Ukraine. Just this year, we became the first country in the world to provide tanks to Ukraine, and the first to train pilots and Marines. We gave £2.3 billion last year, and we will match or exceed that in 2023. Now, other allies can tell a similar story, and our collective efforts are making a difference. But with every day that passes, Russian forces inflict yet more pain and suffering. Now, the only way to change that is for Ukraine to win. So, we need a military strategy for Ukraine to gain a decisive advantage on the battlefield, to win the war, and a political strategy to win the peace. To win the war, Ukraine needs more artillery, armoured vehicles, and air defence. So now is the moment to double down on our military support. When Putin started this war, he gambled that our resolve would falter. Even now, he is betting that we will lose our nerve. But we proved him wrong then, and we will prove him wrong now. Together, we're delivering as much equipment in the next few months as in the whole of 2022. And together, we must help Ukraine to shield its cities from Russian bombs and Iranian drones. And that's why the United Kingdom will be the first country to provide Ukraine with longer-range weapons. And it's why we're working with our allies to give Ukraine the most advanced air defense systems and build the air force they need to defend their nation. Now, of course, the United Kingdom stands ready to help any country provide planes that Ukraine can use today. But we must also train Ukrainian pilots to use the most advanced jets, and that's exactly what Britain is doing, so that Ukraine has the capability to defend its security for the long term. But to win the peace, we also need to rebuild the international order on which our collective security depends. First, that means upholding international law. The whole world must hold Russia to account. We must see justice through the ICC for their sickening war crimes committed, whether in Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol, or beyond. And Russia must also be held to account for the terrible destruction it has inflicted. We are hosting the Ukraine Recovery Conference in London this June, and we should consider together how to ensure that Russia pays towards that reconstruction. Now, second, the treaties and agreements of the post-Cold War era have failed Ukraine. So we need a new framework for its long-term security. From human rights to reckless nuclear threats, from Georgia to Moldova, Russia has committed violation after violation against countries outside the collective security of NATO. And the international community's response has not been strong enough. As Jens Stoltenberg has said, Ukraine will become a member of NATO, but until that happens, we need to do more to bolster Ukraine's long-term security. We must give them the advanced NATO standard capabilities that they need for the future, and we must demonstrate that we'll remain by their side, willing and able to help them defend their country again and again. Ukraine needs and deserves assurances of that support. So ahead of the NATO summit in Vilnius, we will bring together our friends and allies to begin building those long-term assurances. And our aim should be to forge a new charter in Vilnius to help protect Ukraine from future Russian aggression. Now let me conclude with one final thought. What's at stake in this war is even greater than the security and sovereignty of one nation. It's about the security and sovereignty of every nation. Because Russia's invasion, its abhorrent war crimes and irresponsible nuclear rhetoric are symptomatic of a broader threat to everything we believe in. From the skies over North America to the suffering on the streets of Tehran, some would destabilize the order that has preserved peace and stability for 80 years. They must not prevail, and we need not be daunted. As President Zelensky said when he addressed the UK Parliament last week, we are marching towards the most important victory of our lifetime. It will be a victory over the very idea of war. And we could have no greater purpose than to prove him right. Thank you.
Prime Minister, thank you. Your speech, I thought, was very clear. Basically, Ukraine has to win the war and Russia loses. But you said something I want to pick up on and elaborate. You talk about NATO assurances for Ukraine. What does that mean specifically, and when do you do them? Do you do them while the war is still ongoing? And don't you fear that Russia will say, ultimately, we're right. We don't fight Ukraine, we fight NATO?
Well, very nice to see you. I think, first of all, it's clear that the security guarantees, the architecture that was in place before this war has failed Ukraine. Right? That's just a statement of fact. Ukraine had received assurances when it gave weapons up. Russia has continually violated, whether it's human rights treaties or indeed arms control treaties. So what happened before has not worked. So we should be clear about that. And now our job is to look forward and say, what's the right thing going forward? Now, as I mentioned, Jens Stoltenberg has said NATO, Ukraine will be a member of NATO. But between now and then, what I think we need to work on are providing Ukraine with the means to win the war right now. And that means very specifically artillery, long-range weapons, armored vehicles, air defense. That's the most critical thing. What we can also do is make sure that we're training Ukraine on NATO standard equipment. That's what we're doing when it comes to aircraft with their pilots. But I think what we do need to do is think about the future of how we protect Ukraine's security. And we need to have that conversation with our allies and talk about the longer-term provision of supporting Ukraine. And that's the conversation that I think we should start having, because the Vilnius summit is a good place to conclude that.
So this year, so the assurances would come this year. I wonder, there has been a lot of debate. You talked about the fighter jets. There has been a lot of debate here about the ammunition, the risk that they may not have enough ammunition, but also the long-range missiles. There's concern that perhaps one of the targets would be Crimea. Under your watch as UK Prime Minister, would you approve of long-range missiles that could hit Crimea?
I think the most important thing here to recognize is, it actually starts with NATO. What is NATO is a defensive alliance, right? That's the first thing to recall. What is Ukraine doing? Ukraine is trying to defend itself, right? It is suffering unprovoked aggression. Its territorial integrity, its sovereignty has been violated. Its people are being killed. And it has every right to defend itself. And that's what we should be doing. And that's the support that we collectively in this room are providing. And critically, there are things that Ukraine needs to gain that decisive advantage on the battlefield. That's why the provision of heavy tanks was so important. That's why air defense is absolutely critical. You're right to mention artillery, and longer range weapons also help. Now, those are all the things that will allow Ukraine to defend itself and repel Russian aggression. And indeed, yes, to have a counter-offensive that moves Russia outside of its own country. I think that's entirely reasonable, and we should be fully behind Ukraine in that ambition and want that ambition to succeed.
And for them, the entire country means Crimea, as you know very well. In your speech, there was a lot of bravado in the sense of Ukraine has to win the war and Russia has to be proven wrong. Vladimir Putin has to lose this war. Some would say, and you make it clear, you still believe the UK is a big geopolitical agent. Zelensky obviously went to London. He sees value in the UK, but some here would believe to really be the strong geopolitical agent, you need to solve the pending issues that you have with the EU. I know you probably know this question is coming. There's a frenzy of reports that you do have a deal over the Northern Irish Protocol that could come Monday, potentially. Do you have a deal? Does it come Monday? And I wonder, beyond that, does it reflect your wish that you want to have a normal working relationship with your European allies?
So, lots of things in there to unpack. I think that the first thing to say, when it comes to the issue of the Northern Ireland Protocol, there are real issues that need resolving. The way that the protocol has been implemented, it's causing very real challenges for families, for people, for businesses on the ground, very practical difficulties, and they need to be resolved. But that also there's an issue of the democratic deficit that sits at the heart of the protocol as it's currently constructed. Now, those are the things that we need to resolve. And I'm working very hard together with my ministerial colleagues, foreign secretaries in the audience, Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. You know, we are working very closely together. We're engaging in those conversations with the European Union.
Next week, potentially?
All the time, and we have been for a while. But what I'd say is there is still work to do. I think there is still work to do. There are still challenges to work through. We have not resolved all these issues. No, there isn't a deal that has been done. There is an understanding of what needs to be done. It's the issues that I outlined, and James was in Brussels yesterday. I've been in Northern Ireland talking to parties there about the things that we need to fix. We're working through those. We're working through them hard, and we will work through them intensely with the EU. But we are by no means done. There is no deal that is done. There's work to do, and that's what we will set about doing.
So I guess you basically say on Monday that's not a deadline in any way in your view, but I wonder, on a bigger picture, is there a wish to now have a normal working relationship with your European allies? This is a war that's happening in continental Europe.
Yeah, look, of course there is. And you know, the UK may have left the European Union. It didn't leave Europe. We are a European nation. I talked in my speech about our commitment to European security. And look, of course we want to have a positive, constructive relationship with our European partners, neighbours, allies, individually, but also with the EU. And I think you can see that. You can see it most importantly in the response to Ukraine, but very specifically actually on sanctions, where there has been exceptionally good close working and coordination between the UK and the EU on designing and implementing sanctions packages, which only work effectively when they're done well in a coordinated fashion. I think we've demonstrated that we can do that together. But if I look at a couple of other areas where we're having good conversations as a result of positive the positive dialogue. One is illegal migration. Actually, the Calais group of countries that is working together to tackle illegal migration met at the end of last year. That's a group of countries that involves the UK. Very productive set of discussions that were had. It's a sign of good dialogue, good cooperation. And then lastly, on energy security. I think all of us in Europe over the last year have re-examined where we're getting our energy from, and ultimately, that is a shared goal and one in which we work in together. We have an interconnected electricity.
Let's get prepared. We are starting the press conference by Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba. Short remarks, then questions. We are very limited in time, so we will try to pick as many as we can, but don't get offended if we don't pick every. So, Minister, the floor is yours.
Yes. Good afternoon. I lost time, so I looked at the clock. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a slight deja vu here in Munich this year. I was at the very same conference a year ago. It was the 19th of February, just 5 days before the war began. Now I'm here again. And when I look back at what what was done by Ukraine and its partners, it's impressive. When the war began, we had a clear understanding that to make ourselves capable of defending and liberating the country, we need to unlock 7 types of weapons. We need to get them. And in 1 year, 6 out of 7 are unlocked. With regard to each of them, the initial reply to our request was, no, this is impossible. No, this is not going to happen. Be it anti-tank weapons, artillery, multiple launch rocket systems, air defense, tanks, long-range missiles. All of this started with no. And in the end, it was yes. So the only outstanding type of weapon is planes. And once we receive them, the big 7 of weapons will be unlocked. But just to imagine that after a year of war, we unlocked 6 of them, speaks for the commitment of partners to stand by us and support us. And last year, my keyword was weapons. This year, I have my 2 keywords will be speed and sustainability. Speed of delivery and sustainability of delivery. This is crucial. Everything has to come on time to be relevant, to be helpful. Therefore, the main topic of my discussions here when it comes to defense is that weapons pledged to Ukraine so far have to be delivered as soon as possible. I came here from a meeting, from a unique format where me and Annalena Baerbock brought together Ukrainian and German defense industries to sit down and to discuss what they can do together to answer these 2 specific questions: how to speed everything up and how to ensure sustainability. This will be the key task for the year ahead of us. This Munich has no Russia, and it seems to be a good place to be. I don't think the conference lost anything, which brings us to the next question. What to do with Russia? I think that reflections should begin on how to build long-term security architecture, given that Russia has to change. Because with Russia as it is, it will be virtually impossible to guarantee long-term security, not only of Ukraine, but of the continent as a whole. We are entering a very important week. Here in Munich, we began a very important week that will end up on the 24th of February in Kyiv, in New York, and in other places around the world. And while we are fighting on the battlefields, we all want peace, but not peace at any cost, not peace at the expense of Ukraine. We've been there, we've seen it, and we are not going to do it again. No more Minsks, no more contact lines. This is not something that stops Russia, as we have seen over the last year. And therefore, I also, while being here, I attach great importance to working with partners on the implementation of the peace formula proposed by President Zelensky last year at the G20. There is a long road for us ahead of us, but we have no other choice but to do it. And I will end up with by repeating President Zelensky, who said that who expressed hope that the next Munich conference will be post-war Munich conference. We should focus on this goal. Nothing is impossible, as I told you. If I had believed that everything was impossible, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you. Everything is possible. And we shouldn't be asking ourselves the question, how long this war ends? We all should be asking the question, what else should we do to help Ukraine win this war? Thank you.
In the middle. Yes, you.
Hello, Hai Qian from Phoenix TV, China. So the High Representative of China in this conference spoke of a peaceful solution. How do you see potentially the role of China in de-escalation of the war? And do you and Ukrainian government see China as a potential mediator?
Well, how can we see a permanent member of the Security Council and one of the leading powers of the world? Of course, we believe that China can play an important role in containing Russia's aggressive intentions, and actions, given the relationship that China and Russia enjoy. We always had good relations and good trade with China. We are looking forward. I'm looking forward to the conversation with Mr. Wang Yi. We are going to have a meeting here in Munich to go into details. We think China can play a role. We want China to play a role that will reiterate the principle that is fundamental for both China and Ukraine: territorial integrity. No concessions, no compromises are possible with regard to territorial integrity of Ukraine or any other nation in the world. And no peace plan can be based even on the slightest assumption that a square meter of Ukrainian territory can be considered.
Third row on the left. Colleagues, please keep it really brief and short.
Sure. Rohit Khatri from ITV in the UK. Can I ask you about Rishi Sunak, who's speaking now? He offered, from your point of view, a positive message about doubling down on support, but he was vague once again. What is your understanding of the British position? Will they deliver planes to Ukraine, directly or indirectly? And if so, when?
I think Britain is genuinely committed. And after doubling down, if needed, Britain will triple down. On planes, I will take a risk of saying that Ukraine will receive planes. It's a matter of time and procedure. It will take more time than tanks. We understand that. But the very kind of logic, the basic sense of how the situation evolves will take all of us to the decision on planes, and I'm sure that Britain will play a role in it. Over the last year, I have become an expert on artillery, on tanks, on air defense systems. Now I'm learning a lot of stuff about planes. I'm sure it will be done. You have Eurofighter Typhoons, many of them. But first step, and we hear clear commitment, including from London, is to start trainings. Because here is how it worked before planes. First, the decision was made to provide Ukraine with certain weapons, and then trainings began, which led us to what? A waste of time. So we propose to kind of turntables and begin with trainings. And this is our request to all our friends who can potentially share planes with us. Begin trainings as soon as possible without undertaking at this very moment any additional commitments.
A man in the back. Yes, you.
Hello, Carl Ritter from the Associated Press. Vice President Harris spoke just recently at this conference about Russia committing crimes against humanity in Ukraine. What is your comment to that assessment?
Russia waged a genocidal war against Ukrainians because they do not recognize our identity and they do not think we deserve to exist as a sovereign nation. Everything that stems from that is crimes against humanity, war crimes, and various other atrocities committed by the Russian army in the territory of Ukraine. Let lawyers sort out specifically which act belongs where in terms of legal qualification, but in the end, and we dedicated a lot of time to this issue of accountability in our meetings here. In the end, unfortunately, to my deepest regret, all kinds of, there will be enough of evidence against Russia to sentence specific individuals for committing all kinds of atrocities that can be committed during the war. It's probably one of the most painful parts of this war.
First row, please keep it short.
Mr. Foreign Minister, the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister asked yesterday for the supply of phosphorus bombs and cluster ammunition. Do you support this call for these weapons, and do you have evidence that Russia employed these weapons in Ukraine?
We have evidence that Russia is using cluster ammunition. We understand that cluster ammunition is a debatable issue in world affairs. We are not party to the convention on the prohibition of cluster ammunition, so legally there are no obstacles for that. And if we receive one, we will be using it exclusively against military force of the Russian Federation.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sova Gram Jensen. I'm from a Danish newspaper called Berlingske. I was just wondering, President Zelensky said that he was hoping next year the security conference could be post-war, and you expressed the same hope. But Chancellor Scholz said we should prepare ourselves for a long war. How do you see that message coming from Europe? The Danish Prime Minister said the same. And also, do you even calculate, because Russia has so many more, you could say, human resources, many more people, persons they can send to the war than Ukraine has. Do you operate with different scenarios for how long the war lasts? Thank you.
There is no other country in the world that wants peace to be restored as soon as possible. Literally no other. And this is where the argument about ending the war this year comes from. Because we want it. Because we are fighting for it. Because we are sacrificing ourselves for it. But we all should be aware of two things. This is a war. War consists of different phases. If allies gave up fighting the Nazism in 1943, for example, because things did not go very well for them, right? Things would have been, the world would have been different, and we wouldn't be here in Munich today. So yes, deep inside, we have to be ready to fight as long as it takes to win and to prepare for that scenario. But yes, of course, we want this war to end as soon as possible. On a different note, and that brings me to one of the comments, the remark that I made. When we win militarily, it will mean that there will be no Russian soldiers in the territory of Ukraine. But this will not be the end of the aggression waged by Russia against Europe, against other countries in the world. So in the end, we have to answer the question, what do we do with Russia to finally restore peace in full? And that will probably take time, or not. And my final comment is this. Guys, please, every time you ask a question, are you sure you're going to manage? Russia has so many soldiers, Russia has so many tanks. A year ago, people here in Munich were telling me that we're not going to stand for more than 48 hours. That you're not going to make it, you're not going to survive, you have to be rational. We've been there, we've seen it. Have trust in us. Be with us, and we will win. Impossible is nothing. We proved it so many times over the last year. There are many examples in the world history where smaller countries, relatively smaller countries, won against larger armies. And we are not smaller if all of your support is taken together, which is the case. So have more trust in us and convey to your readers that whatever Russia has, we have more. And we are fighting for the right cause. This is something that makes us stronger.
Just a few last ones, the first row. Hussam Sadiq from Al Ain, United Arab Emirates. I have a question. How do you see the UAE role in mediating with Russia concerning exchange of prisoners? Do you expect this role to be expanded to other issues?
I think the best India can do is to support peace formula proposed by President Zelensky. It consists of 10 steps which vary from food and energy security and end up with some military and accountability issues. So India can choose the issue it wants to work on and be part of the overall effort. Big exchange of prisoners is also a part of the peace formula, and India can do it from within this format.
In the back again. And then, yeah.
Yes, I'm Bibiana Piena from the Norwegian News Agency. You said that you, of course, would want peace as soon as possible. But will you be prepared to go into a peace agreement on the 2014 borders, as some experts say that the US will try to push you into? And secondly, how do you assess the risk of this becoming a frozen war, a war with no end?
Well, I think these experts should be asked a very simple question. If someone intrudes into his or her apartment and tells that he will stay in the bedroom forever, would that expert agree to that compromise solution? Probably not. It's always easy to trade with someone else's land when it's not your land. So my answer to those experts is no. And I don't understand, and I don't see the reason why we should be doing it at all. Did the line established in 2014 save us from the large-scale invasion? Did endless, exhausting, devastating, and sometimes disgusting attempts to make Minsk work save us from Russia's invasion? No, it didn't. So why experts believe that this time it's going to work? I mean, we all have to publish something, right? We have to look smart on social media, in op-eds and publications experts make. But they simply have to look back at history. No, I'm not afraid that this war will become a frozen conflict. It won't. It will end with victory of one of the sides, the defeat of the other side, and Ukraine will win and Russia is going to lose. Thank you.
And the last one in the front row.
Thank you very much. Maxim Drabak, Deutsche Welle. There are a lot of talks about tanks and planes, but what about ammunition? Actually, it's very, very in need. Are there any agreements to produce more ammunition in Ukraine or probably on the territory of Poland or somewhere as a hub? Thanks.
Yes, you hit the point. Ammunition is critical. It's a critical issue. I'm not mentioning it only because the political decision to provide Ukraine with ammunition was made in the very beginning of the war. But the problem is that there will never be enough of ammunition. So yes, we are working on 3 tracks. Track number 1, delivery of ammunition available in the warehouses of our partners without going below critical threshold. Track 2, delivering ammunition from third parties who do not want to directly give it to Ukraine but deliver it through third countries. And track 3 is actually increasing production. And I had meetings today with defense industries exactly on this item. I received assurances that, and I have specific numbers, about the quantities that can be produced. The question is contracting them, financing, and logistics. It sounds easy, you know, we sent them 20,000 rounds of artillery ammunition. Logistically, it's a nightmare. So logistics play a very important role. And by the way, the logistical operation that Ukraine and partners are undertaking now to bring everything in is, I think, the largest one since Second World War. Very complicated. But yeah, we are witnessing the rebirth of defense industries. But it was not our choice. This choice was imposed on us by the Russian aggression. We have to be able to defend ourselves. And when I say we, I don't mean only Ukraine, I mean all of you.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, media.
Thank you. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of the conference and stay safe.
Prime Minister, it is good to meet you, and I look forward to our discussion. As we all know, the relationship between the UK and the United States is a very important one, and you are among our greatest allies. And certainly all of us are here in Munich to discuss many issues, but predominantly our concern about Russia's aggression in Ukraine and our transatlantic community and how it has risen to meet the needs of supporting the Ukrainian people, and ours is an enduring relationship, and I look forward to talking with you about the work that we have done and, more importantly, the work that we will continue to do together. So thank you for that.
Well, Madam Vice President, it is a great privilege to see you too for the first time, and thank you for your kind words about the relationship between our two countries, which I completely agree with, and there could be no better illustration of that than our joint response to the awful conflict in Ukraine, where we have stood together and led, I think, the world in providing steadfast support to Ukraine so it can defend itself and push back against Russian aggression. And I know in your speech and my speech we both agree that that is the right strategy and one that we hope everyone continues to follow. So I look forward to discussing more about that with you in a moment, but also the many other things that we cooperate so closely on.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
It's a great pleasure.
He was actually hysterical. You have to respond this way.
Northern Ireland.
Anthony Blinken, and of course, Mr. Kuleva. Wonderful to have you.
When we're thinking about Ukraine, I think all of us want to think about a future of Ukraine that is at peace. But how do we get there? And most importantly, once we do get there, how do we ensure that Ukraine remains at peace? Because Russian aggression may return. So I'd like to start with you, Minister Baerbock, and ask you, how do you see the end of the war? What are the steps that you think need to be achieved? And do you see this as potentially a negotiated solution at the end of the day? Or can it only be achieved through military victory by the Ukrainians?
Well, in the end, there must be peace. And it has to be just and durable peace. And there's one easy way that this war will end and that we have peace again, and this is Russia stops the bombing and just Russia withdraws its troops. And we can do this tomorrow. If Russia decides to withdraw their own troops tomorrow, then we do have peace again, not only in Ukraine, but peace around the whole world, because we see the negative effects. And I think we have to be aware of 3 points on the path if Russia doesn't take this decision. Russia, and we debated it within the last 2 days here also in Munich, is counting on that at some point we are too exhausted, and we as an international community, and would give in. And meaning that saying stop the fighting and stop the military support from other countries in the world. But what would that mean? Would that mean peace? No, because part of Ukraine, which is now still under the control of Russia, would remain under the control of Russia. And those who are saying, just stop the hostilities right now, and this is automatically peace, this peace would mean that we would give those people of Ukraine towards Russia. And this would also mean that this is the end of the international order and the end of international law. Because this is my second point, and I think the Chancellor and also President Macron made that clear yesterday as well. If at this moment we would say Russia should just take part of Ukraine, then Russia would have won with the method that one aggressor can just conquer another country, and then it would be the end of the Charter of the United Nations. And my third point I would like to make, because also in Germany, I think always around the world people ask, but if you wouldn't have delivered weapons in the beginning, maybe there wouldn't be so much fighting. I think we have to ask the question the opposite way around. If we wouldn't have decided on the 27th of February in German Parliament, or on the 24th around the world to support Ukraine, there wouldn't be 13 million refugees in Ukraine or outside of Ukraine, 1 million in Germany. The total population of Ukraine is 42 million people. If we wouldn't have supported Ukraine since February 27th, then we would have seen Bucha, Mariupol everywhere in the whole country. So those of the people asking around the world, so what were the effects from the sanctions? What were the effects from the international support? The effect was that, unfortunately, we could not bring back peace to Ukraine because Russia still wants to destroy Ukraine. But we could save millions of people's lives, and that was worth every day. And we will save these lives and protect these civilians every single day as long as Russia attacks Ukraine.
Thank you. I want to bring you in, Mr. Blinken. When we talk about peace, are we talking about Russia returning to February lines, or are we talking about post-2014? Because Crimea is an issue that Ukrainians care a lot about, and I'm sure you'd like to come in on this, Minister Kuleba.
Well, first let me say
how wonderful it is to be here in Munich again, but especially wonderful to be surrounded by my two good friends and colleagues. Germany has been absolutely extraordinary in its leadership over the last year. The third largest donor to Ukraine in total, taking steps that I think few of us in this room would have imagined possible before the Russian aggression. And that's due to the leadership of the Chancellor, and it's due to the leadership of my friend Annalena Baerbock, who's been extraordinary from day one. We have been shoulder to shoulder from day one. And of course, Dmytro Kuleba has been the voice and the face in many ways of Ukraine around the world, not just with us, but literally around the world, building support on every continent. And his own personal courage and the way he does his work on behalf of his country is extraordinary. So I thought it was important to acknowledge that, as well as all of you. Look, simply put, fundamentally, these are decisions for our Ukrainian friends to make. This is their country, their future, their decision. I am, as usual, in violent agreement with everything that Annalena said. And I think we have to be wary of two things. First, we have to be very wary of this somehow false equivalence and never lose sight of the fact that there is an aggressor and there is a victim. And the world should not in any way expect of Ukraine things on parallel with what we need to expect of Russia. As Annalena said, if Russia withdraws its troops today, the war is over. Of course, if Ukraine stops fighting today, Ukraine is over. And it's as simple and basic as that. Where this goes, as Annalena said, we will support the decisions of our Ukrainian friends about the future of their country. But I think we all have a profound stake in, as Annalena said, a just and durable peace. And what do we mean by that? Just in that any peace has to be consistent with the principles of the United Nations Charter. It is fundamentally against the interests of every other country around the world to wind up with a result that somehow vindicates the seizure by force of territory, that validates that. Because if we do that, we will open a Pandora's box around the world, and every would-be aggressor will conclude that if Russia got away with it, we can get away with it. And that's not in anyone's interest because it's a recipe for a world of conflict. What does durable mean? Durable means that wherever this lands, we have to do everything in our power to make sure that Russia won't simply repeat the exercise a year, 5 years later. And among other things, that means making sure that Ukraine has the capacity to deter aggression and, if necessary, to effectively defend against it. So even as we're doing everything we can to provide Ukraine with the assistance it needs now to deal with the Russian aggression, we have to be thinking, and we are, about what the post-war future looks like to ensure that we have security and stability for Ukrainians and security and stability in Europe.
I'd like to come back to, I'm told my mic wasn't working, so I hope everyone can hear me now. I'd like to come back to the durable piece. But Minister Kuleba, what does victory look like for you, and how far are we from victory?
It's the third time I'm invited to answer this question since 7:30 in the morning.
Well, you'll be very well rehearsed then.
So I don't want to bore those who heard my previous answers. But for us, there is a short notion of victory, and that's full restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity. And there is a long victory, which includes compensations for the damage inflicted, accountability for perpetrators of crimes, and most importantly, Russia must change. Because I have no doubts that as we will become members of the EU, of NATO, this is going to happen. But in the end, the only durable peace in the Euro-Atlantic space will become possible after Russia poses no threat to the Euro-Atlantic space. And for that to achieve that, we need Russia to change. There is a long road to this result. But if we keep it as our ultimate objective, if we base our policy and decisions on the premise that this is our goal, durable security in the Euro-Atlantic region, with Ukraine being full part of this Euro-Atlantic region, then It will end when Russia will not be able to pose threat. And everything between now and then, I don't want to sound too tough, but will be a war one way or another.
That brings me to the issue of security guarantees, and I'm going to jump between the future and the present. But I think that President Zelensky has been talking to some allies about security guarantees from NATO, not just for the end of the war, but even from now, because it is important for the morale of troops and also for the morale of a population that's fighting. Do you think that that's a possibility, some kind of security guarantees post-war, but that are communicated and agreed by the time you're all in Vilnius?
Well, the biggest security guarantee has been made already, and this was giving Ukraine, but also to Moldova, the candidate status for the European Union, because the European Union is our life insurance in Europe, and we do not have only in NATO a solidarity clause, we do have that also in the European Union. And underneath this decision, I mean, every step we are taking within this process, this is a process which secures the security of Ukraine also for the future. And as everybody know, NATO has an open door policy. This was true in the past, it's still true. And what we are doing now also with the military support is helping Ukraine immediately every day. But we have a short-term, mid-term and long-term perspective. And this is also nothing new in February 2023. But we have decided and started this process in March, April, May last year, and then at the Bucharest summit together at NATO, where we underlined that the support for self-defense is required now, what we can deliver now, but for example, IRIS-T systems, the next ones, they are coming in the next months, but also in the next years. So every weapon delivery support is already looked at also with the standards we are having ourselves. So I think this guarantee has been given already last year. And this is because we always see the glass half empty, and I mean for Ukraine it's more than half empty. It's totally destroyed because so many people have been killed. But we should never forget what we have achieved together within the last year. Not only we are more united than ever. At the OSCE meeting we have been attending, both of us, there was this question, is the OSCE dead? No, not at all. We are also within the OSCE more united than ever. Countries from Central Asia like Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan are saying we want to work closer with you. We are sending as a European Union now a mission to Armenia because Armenia is saying we trust in you for our further peace. So I think we should never forget this because we need still some breath probably for the next months, and we don't know how long we need it. But we always have to remember for what it's worth, for peace in Ukraine, but for peace on the whole European continent.
Secretary Blinken, how about these security guarantees?
We have demonstrated right now an enduring commitment to Ukraine's security. We've demonstrated that through really unprecedented assistance being provided to Ukraine so that it has in its hands the tools that it needs to defend itself every single day. And as Annalena suggested, this is an enduring commitment because, first, many of the things that we're providing now will also be very beneficial to Ukraine's long-term defense and its deterrent capacity. And at the same time, we're thinking and talking very actively about what we can do, not just in the immediate, but over time, to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position going forward. Again, so that we can prevent a repeat of this Russian aggression, or if, God forbid, that were to happen again, that Ukraine would be in a very strong position to deal with it.
Minister?
Well, technically speaking, of course, the best security guarantees between now and NATO membership are sanctions, weapons, and money. But I think the most important security guarantee that partners can give to Ukraine is to firmly and unconditionally believe in the victory of Ukraine. If this is the founding principle of policymaking, everything else will follow. And people here with whom I'm sharing this stage, I know they believe in it. And I know I don't have to preach to them, I don't have to convince, because I know that their policy, the decisions they will be making in Berlin, in Washington, in their respective institutions will be based on the assumption that Ukraine must win. So if you agree with this conceptually, if this is the starting point of your consideration, of your decision making, everything else becomes technical.
But do you have any doubt about that commitment today? You don't have any doubt?
Not among the people present at this stage.
Do you want to tell me who?
No. We are working with them.
Can I say too, I know, and I think I can safely speak for my friend, we have no doubt at all about Ukraine's victory and success. And there's a simple, powerful reason for that. Irrespective of anything else, including the support that we're providing. The biggest single difference is that Ukrainians are fighting for their own country, for their future, for their land. The Russians are not. And that will be the biggest difference maker.
So I'm going to ask you a question that I'm sure you have been asked before, but I would still like to hear your answer. Is there any chance of Ukraine being safe in the long term if Vladimir Putin is still leading Russia?
If he doesn't change by 360 degrees, no.
But everything that happened over the last year, and it's truly remarkable what's happened over the last year, not just in terms of the Ukrainian willingness and capability to fight, but even in Germany, and yet he does not appear to have gotten the message at all.
Well, I didn't say no without this half sentence beforehand, because I believe in humans, and I believe in human beings. And we have changed by 180 degrees, because we decided on February 27th, and this is why I'm always referring to this, that we changed totally our export policy with regard to weapons. Before, also myself, I said, no, we are not living in conflict areas. But this is a good thing about human beings, if you're still a human being and if you still see the suffering, that you can say, either I've made a mistake, and I mean, if you never learn from mistakes, you will never end the phase of being a baby. But also, if you recognize, well, this might have been right in the past, but now the world has changed. And on the 24th of February, at least my world, I think all of our world, has changed totally. And then we reflected and said, if our world has changed, our European peace order has been under attack, which I never had to realize in all my life living in Western Germany and being born there. So when we realized this, that we woke up in another world, we said, obviously, the policies from before won't work anymore with regard to our understanding of weapon delivery. This is why we changed by 180 degrees. And if President Putin, and this is why I said it in the beginning, it's in his hand. He can make his own decision. He can decide that he changes his course by 360 degrees. Tomorrow, the whole world would be happy again. Stop the bombing. It's in his hand. And this is why I also think that we should really differentiate. And I'm really thankful to Tony, and he said that first time in Security Council in September. We always have to differentiate who is the aggressor and who is the victim. And if we start to blame the victim, then the aggressor wins. But we can give the aggressor the chance, and we ask him every single day of the last year, please change your mind. So we asked him again, please change your mind, and if he changes his mind, then we have peace again in Ukraine and in the world. And if he doesn't change his mind, we stand on the side of Ukraine until they have freedom, peace, and liberty again.
Mr. Secretary, is it possible that the step-by-step approach that Ukraine's allies have taken, often for good reason, but this step-by-step approach appears as hesitancy in Moscow, and that it is interpreted in Moscow as, well, help is not really forthcoming, it's not enthusiastic, and therefore I will always have a chance to either divide Ukraine's Western allies or maybe force them to pause. I'm sure he's now thinking there's an election in the US in 2024. Maybe I try to wait it out.
So, first, just to follow up quickly on what Annalena said, I think there has to be a day of reckoning for Mr. Putin, because this has been a strategic debacle for him. Going back to 2014, when he first came and seized Crimea and the parts of the Donbass. Ever since then, what we've seen is Putin precipitating everything he said he was trying to prevent. Ukraine is united. Back in 2014, before the Russian aggression, attitudes toward Russia in Ukraine, and Dmytro can confirm this, were largely positive. Desire to join NATO was probably about 25%. After the initial aggression in 2014, that of course flipped, and since the renewed aggression last year, on steroids. For the foreseeable future, Ukrainians will hate their Russian neighbors because of what's done, understandably. And Ukraine's own unity is stronger than ever. Our own unity is stronger than ever. Putin thought he could divide NATO. Of course, we've seen exactly the opposite. In my 30 years of doing this, I've never seen this alliance more united and on the verge of welcoming in 2 new members. That, too, no one was thinking about before Putin engaged in this renewed aggression. But here's the other point that's so important, and I'll come to the question. Look at what has happened, what Putin has done to his own country. We now have, by public accounts, something like 200,000 Russian casualties in Ukraine. Think about that for a minute. In less than a year, we have more than 1 million Russians who have left their country because they do not want to be a part of this war and the direction that the country's being taken in. We have 1,000 or more companies from all of our countries who used to do business in Russia who no longer do, because the reputational cost of that is far too high. And all of Russia's connectivity with so much of the world has been cut off piece by piece as a result of the actions that President Putin has taken. So, to Annalena's point, one would imagine that there will be, and one would hope on his behalf, a time of reckoning to realize that the course that he is on is a strategic failure for him in the most graphic terms possible. So I think we have to look at that. As for what Russia is seeing and what Putin may be concluding, no, I think it's exactly the opposite. I think precisely because he thought, first of all, that they would rapidly erase Ukraine from the map in a matter of days. And of course that didn't happen because of the extraordinary courage and bravery of Ukrainians, but also because they already had in hand some of the tools that they needed to repel the aggression from Kyiv, move it to the east and the south. But then everything he's seen over the last year is an extraordinary coming together of dozens of countries, and not just in Europe, beyond as well, because countries like Japan recognize the implications that this war has for them and for their interests. Everyone around the world is watching. And he's seen us systematically, time after time, working closely with our Ukrainian colleagues, try to assess what they need and make sure that we could get it to them. But what's so important, and I think all of you know this very well, is we tend to get fixated on individual weapon systems, and that's understandable. One thing or another gets in the news and people start focusing on that. But we all know very well that it's not just the weapon systems. It's the training, because if you can't use it, it doesn't help you much. It's the maintenance, because if it falls apart in a week, it doesn't help you much. And it's making sure that all of these things are being used in a comprehensive way with an actual strategy to be successful. And this is exactly what we've been working on. I think Vladimir Putin sees that very, very clearly.
Minister Kuleba, can you foresee a time when Ukraine is at peace, Russia is withdrawn completely, and you're having discussions, new relations with a Russia that is led by Vladimir Putin?
Well,
I know this is a bit
everything
much.
except Vladimir Putin is my retirement plan. I want to end the war. I want to go to the village, to the countryside, live there in peace, see my children, and I don't have to get old for that to happen. I'm ready to do it the moment war is over. As long as Putin is in power, we will be in troubles, because Ukraine is his personal obsession. For various reasons, which will require another panel to focus simply on this one issue. I believe that the period between the moment when Putin is gone and the new leader emerges will be the period of opportunity for all of us. But we cannot forecast when it's going to happen. So we really, what we have to do now is just to focus on fighting on the battlefield, fighting in diplomatic arena, because yes, we see an unprecedented unity of one part of the world that stands for principles and rules this world is based on. But we also see other parts of the world. Some are neutral, which means effectively, the support of Russia. Some are calling to seize the supply of weapons to Ukraine, which also means that Russia is going to win. Some are asking questions whether Ukraine will be capable to restore its territorial integrity in full, which is about casting doubts and basically posing a question: what was it all for, if in the end you don't get everything that belongs to you? And those who have this idea of going back to the 2014, so-called 2014 line, or Ukraine abandoning NATO plans, I would like to recall two things. First, in 2014, Ukraine, by the law, was a non-bloc country. We were not pursuing membership in NATO, and still Russia attacked. And second, we had the separation line for 8 years. We were very constructive. We were painfully trying to find diplomatic solution. Did it help us to prevent the war? No, it didn't. So probably that means that the solution is not going back to another separation line and to abandoning some of our choices. The way forward is to believe in your choice, to be smart enough to defend it and to make it happen. I have no doubts that it is going to happen. But what inspires me the most is meeting and talking and working with the people who also have no doubts on this matter.
Let me bring some of the audience in. Young man there.
Thank you very much. I'm Linas Kojala, Director of Eastern Europe Studies Center in Vilnius, Lithuania, and part of Munich Young Leaders. Well, Ukraine is fighting a war for its existence, but Russia also poses existential threat to countries on NATO's eastern flank, the Baltic states, my country, Poland, and others. So before NATO summit comes to Vilnius in the next 5 months or so, what needs to be done to send a clear message that Ukraine is not a gray zone on the map of Europe in terms of security, and that NATO's eastern flank is capable of withstanding the threat that comes from Russia, at least before Ukraine joins NATO? Thank you very much.
Mr. Secretary, and perhaps if you'd like to also add.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the question. This actually follows on with what we were talking about earlier about Putin precipitating everything he's trying to prevent. One of the things that he's precipitated is a very strong movement of strength for NATO to the eastern flank. And we have had to take, all of us, necessary precautions precisely because of the fear that Russia would expand its aggression beyond Ukraine. And that's exactly what the alliance has done. And if you look at the decisions taken at the last summits and then the deployment of additional forces, additional capacities to the eastern flank countries, already we are in the business of making sure that all of these countries can feel safe and secure. President Biden's been very, very clear, and he said it repeatedly. We will defend every square inch of NATO territory, and that guarantee means something. Going forward, and we'll have an opportunity in Vilnius to talk about this, one of the things that we'll be looking at is what further steps do we need to take to strengthen the eastern flank, and for that matter, in the south as well. One of the ironies of the situation we're in is that Vladimir Putin seems to believe, erroneously, that NATO has designs on Russia, that we pose a threat to Russia, that we aim to commit some kind of aggression against Russia. That has never been the case. It never will be the case. But because of his actions, NATO has been dramatically reinforced. And again, if you go back to 2014 when this first started with Ukraine, look at the trajectory NATO was on then. Budgets were actually going down. Forces from the United States were coming back. Equipment, tanks, planes were coming back. Ever since 2014, as much as I'd like to think that in some part our engagement and leadership played a role, I have to give credit where credit is due. Vladimir Putin has done more than anyone on earth to strengthen the NATO alliance.
Let me take another question there, yeah.
My name is Katarzyna Pisarska. I'm the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum from Poland. And I have a question to, well, the entire panel, but particularly to Secretary Blinken and Dmitry Kuleba. President Biden is coming to Poland this Monday. And he's expected to have a speech in front of the Polish public. What are your expectations from that speech? How significant? What should we be preparing for? And Dmitry, if you can tell me, because I'm sure that Vladimir Putin is also preparing something for this week of this anniversary, something horrific. Are we prepared also for a week that I think will be symbolic? On the one side, we want to show our full support for Ukraine. We want to show that this year we've been in unity. We want to commemorate also the heroes of Ukraine, but at the same time, we know that we will probably see more attacks this week and probably vicious, heinous attacks. So how do we prepare to that? Thank you.
So, Mr. Secretary, first you're going to give us the scoop on the President's visit, and then perhaps both Minister Kuleba and Minister Baerbock might want to address the second question. Go ahead.
I think it's safe to say that the President will make a very significant speech in Poland next week. Other than that, I've learned one thing: never get ahead of your boss, so I'll let him speak for himself. But in all seriousness, I think it's safe to say that as well, that he's likely to talk about the road that we've traveled together over the last year, where we are today, and, as I said, our enduring commitment to Ukraine's success, which is all of our success.
I believe the speech of President Biden will be far more significant and consequential than the speech of President Putin. Thank you.
Thank you. Artur Gerasimov, MP, Ukrainian Parliament, European Solidarity Faction. Mr. Blinken, Ms. Baerbock, first of all, thank you very much for supporting our country. Believe me, Ukrainian people and Ukrainian soldiers really value that. Your countries, together with UK, are the biggest supporters of Ukraine right now. And I want to ask you the same question. Earlier today, I asked Prime Minister of Great Britain, which steps, from your point of view, can be done with purpose drastically increase the speed of decision-making while supporting Ukraine and while sanctioning Russia? Thank you.
Well, we can always do better and we can always be faster, and this is what we are trying. But on the other hand, we shouldn't resignate of saying because we haven't been quick enough in the past, we just give in. So we are improving every day, and this is why I related to the last year. The first months were very, very difficult because we took decisions we never took before in our lives. We didn't even discuss it before in our lives. So saying what is wrong or what is right, this was always a balancing thing. And I think the important thing was that we always came back to we have to be united, and our frame is the international law, because we are defending also the international law at this moment. And this counts also to our weapons delivery. This is why, and this is the strength of democracy, we are having debates also about these kind of steps. And then we are asking ourselves, so where can we learn from the past? And we learned many things. We learned, for example, that unfortunately, even though we have all NATO standards, that NATO standards alone doesn't help, that your military has to be compatible with each other. So with the howitzers, we thought we have the same howitzers as the Dutch. And then we realized, yeah, we do have the same howitzers, but unfortunately, they don't function together. So this is like we always have to improve. So now with this decision we took right now with the tanks, we are trying, and this is also what we did here in Munich, trying to form a group of those who can support us Germans with regard to the Leos, and it's the Leo 2, and the best would be the A6, and you learn many things about these questions because maintenance is crucial. So if we don't think the chain afterwards, and this was our learning from the spring last year, then it doesn't really help. So what can we do to become better? Coming back to your questions, getting together the right group of countries, and this is my appeal to everybody in the room. I think everybody knows who does have the tanks we need now to form together a battalion, and that we set up the supply chains, that we set up the maintenance hub directly at the border in order to help every day to save your people.
And just very quickly to add on, as democracies, we have processes and procedures. Sometimes that can be frustrating, but it's important to stick to them and to learn from them. And we did. And just as Anna-Lena said, we learned a lot from the first months. One of the things that we did now some time ago is our Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, stood up in Germany the so-called Ramstein process to make sure that we were doing a better job of coordinating the supply of military equipment to Ukraine and making sure not only that it was coordinated, but that it was moving faster, that we could identify where we had challenges, but also where we could identify who had what to provide. And that has worked incredibly well. We've done the same thing together when it comes to trying to help Ukraine repair and replace the energy infrastructure that's being destroyed by Russia every single day. With Anna-Lena's leadership, we stood up through the G7, a process to do that. The G7 itself, we met again this morning. It's now under the chairmanship of Japan. It was under Germany's chairmanship last year. We met, I think, a dozen times as foreign ministers last year through the G7. The typical meeting rate usually is about 2 times a year. So this was all a way of making sure that we were working together in real time. And I think that we've done that.
Minister Kuleba, what are the 3 things that you want speeded up right now? Not 7.
Yes, I was going to say 7. Ammunition, artillery, and tanks.
What is the problem with ammunition? Because it does seem that while the debate has been very focused on tanks and now jets, the real big problem right now is ammunition. Why are we here?
Because we thought that we would never have a war again on European soil. I'm sorry that I'm always coming back to this point, but I think it's not us to blame that we believed in peace. It is Russia to blame that Putin, and not Russia, every Russian, we see also the Russian suffering, that he destroyed peace in Europe. And therefore, we didn't have stockpiles with ammunition for a war like this, because we thought that war would be over in Europe again. But because we cannot wish the world as we want it to be, we are building the world, we are building the future. This is why we are building now new ammunition production lines, for example, in Germany. So we hope to fill these gaps by June, July for the Gepard ammunition. We still need to bridge the time in between. And as you might know, I'm a fan of open words. There are a couple of countries in the world who do have this Gepard ammunition, and again, we are calling on them, please help us to bridge this time, that until we have built this new production line, we could use this ammunition, and making it even in a bigger picture. And I would like to thank all those countries who are in other corners of the world and said in the beginning, this is a European war. You haven't been there when we asked you for help. And this is true. Too often we ignored also other conflicts of the world. But there are so many countries who realized if they would not take a position in this war, then it would only help not Russia, maybe they didn't care if it helps Russia, but it would destroy the Charter of the United Nations. And this is why they took a side. Because this old saying of Desmond Tutu, in a case you see justice and injustice, an aggressor and a victim, neutrality is not an option, because then you are standing on the side of the aggressor. And this is a plea we are also giving next week to the world again. Please take a side for peace, a side for Ukraine, a side for the humanitarian international law, and these times this means also delivering ammunition so Ukraine can defend itself.
Secretary Blinken, would you like to come in on the ammunition question?
Again, I think Annalena has covered it very well, but one of the things that we know is that we've had different types of weapon systems that use different types of ammunition. Ukraine has had in its own inventories a lot of Soviet-era weaponry that uses one type of ammunition. Some of the NATO systems that are being supplied to Ukraine use another type, so that's been a challenge. But exactly as Annalena said, some of the stockpiles were not accounting for this. And at the same time, getting these production lines moving again is not like flipping a light switch. It takes real effort, it takes real time. And quite honestly, those who produce these weapons also want to know that if they're going to start a production line again, that it's not going to be turned off in 6 months. So all of these things factor into it. But I can also tell you that pretty much every single day, we are scouring every corner of the earth for the appropriate ammunition for Ukraine.
There's the gentleman down there. Yes. No, sorry. In the middle. Yes, you who are trying to get the... No. Sorry. Yes.
Too many gentlemen here.
So many gentlemen.
So, thank you very much. First of all, I wish you all, specifically the people of Ukraine, an acceptable, respectable, and peaceful solution for your country. We as Afghan, I'm from Afghanistan, we know what the Russia invasion is. And I wish you all the best, specifically the Secretary Blinken and Madam Baerbock. Allow me to take you for a moment out of the subject, Afghanistan. Please don't abandon Afghanistan. We are in a very bad position in the moment, and this is also a big pressure on our neighboring countries and as well as for the European countries. Because if it is continuing like this, you will have 100,000 of refugees again on the border of Europe. Please find some solution acceptable for the Afghan nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Sorry, yes, now, yeah, go ahead, please.
Abdulaziz Sagir from Saudi Arabia. My question to Secretary Blinken. Successfully and correctly, you have been able to mobilize a lot of your alliances in the world to stand on this crisis in support of Ukraine. The Gulf countries have taken a semi-neutral position, and the neutral position means we did not support the aggression. We fought in the UN. We have issued our condemnation for the Russian invasion, but at the same time, they did not decide to cut the relation with Russia or China in that one. Did that harm the U.S. relation toward the Gulf by not standing fully on the position that you want them, and because they have taken this sort of balanced position, although they have contributed, to the humanitarian side, and they have condemned clearly the invasion and using the aggression? Thank you.
As Annalena said, there is no neutral position when it comes to a war of aggression. There is no balance. At the same time, Different countries have responded in different ways. They've contributed in different ways. Some have focused on humanitarian contributions. Those are usually important given the suffering of the Ukrainian people. Some have focused on economic contributions. That's also incredibly important given the damage that's being done to the Ukrainian economy by the Russian onslaught. Others have focused on security support, and of course that is vital. Some countries have done things that they don't advertise, but as long as the result is there, that's what matters. So we're constantly engaged with partners around the world who have different perspectives on this, different ways that they can help. And from our perspective, first of all, again, you really can't be neutral, but if there's a way to provide support in any of these areas, that's valuable and it's something that we welcome.
Very good. I think there's a question over there, and then we'll come closer. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Lisa Yasko, member of Ukrainian Parliament, member Foreign Affairs Committee, servant of the People Party. I want to ask you, our panelists, about what would you recommend me, as Ukrainian politician, to tell to Ukrainian people when they ask me how long we need to go through all of this? I know that this is the question that really bothers us, and in the political circles we start talking about different type of weapon. We know what is happening. But still, for me, as Ukrainian politician, it's very hard to keep answering that, yes, this weapon will come in 2, 3, 5 months. Can we give some timeline that will bring more confidence and peace to Ukrainian hearts? Because we understand that we in these shoes already for 1 year, and we need to calculate how much energy we still have and we will have in the future. Thank you.
Minister?
My frank and honest answer is, I don't know. Because we cannot give a promise to the people of Ukraine when this war will end, because we don't know, and it always comes back to the point because it lays in the hand of the Russian president. But what we can promise is that we are trying to do everything to give the people of Ukraine as much as help as you need. And you were asking, so when are the next system coming? I was speaking about ammunition with the Gepard systems. We are now training soldiers with regards to the tanks, so we can do the tanks delivery in the upcoming months together with other partners. We are looking at how we can bridge also the time with the IRIS-T, because, and this is what Tony has mentioned, that we are thinking also so much about air defense to protect infrastructure, because we know that the attack on infrastructure, on electricity, is on the purpose that people will freeze to death or don't have water in wintertime anymore when everything is being frozen because you don't have electricity. So we are talking also to partners for the IRIS-T system, that we get short-range systems to protect the systems better. But the frank answer is I don't know, and I cannot even imagine how you deal with this. As a parliamentarian, as a foreign minister, as a father or as a mother, when I was in Kharkiv and realized what this means, that you have in Kharkiv 45 seconds. And they told me, when we heard the alarm, you just count until 45. And then you see whether the rocket hit you or it didn't hit you. And I had to experience it once when we both were there. But speaking to school children, experience it every day. And this is the reason why they cannot go to school, because they cannot count the whole day to 45. And there are no shelters. Then we totally understand how high the pressure is. And what I realized there is also, and this is why I think all the three of us are so frank and open here also on this panel, because I at least realized there that the war is also not over when the troops are withdrawing from the territory, because the rockets in Kharkiv are coming 40 kilometers away from Russia. And this is why on the second track, next to the weapons delivery, we are trying to work so hard every day to convince other partners, to convince other P5 members of the Security Council that they have a responsibility to ensure the world peace. This is why you're sitting at the Security Council, because you have a veto right, because you're also responsible to ensure the world peace. And this is why we have to work so intensively together that this peace will come to Ukraine, but unfortunately we cannot say when it will be.
Let me just follow this up with, you've talked about the P5, and obviously the P5 has been completely paralyzed in this case. But China has a very important role to play. Have you had recent conversations, maybe even today or yesterday afternoon, with your Chinese counterpart, all three of you, about how China can help?
Well, I think it's very clear that there are things that China cannot and should not do to hinder. And by that we mean providing Russia with military equipment that can further its aggression, or engaging in the systematic evasion of sanctions that are designed to put pressure on Russia to end its aggression. And that's something that President Biden made very clear to President Xi Jinping from almost day one. They had a conversation by video maybe 2 or 3 weeks into the aggression. And we've made clear to our Chinese counterparts ever since that we would view any provision of military assistance or evading sanctions as a very serious problem for us and for many other countries around the world. So it's something we watch very carefully. Of course, China continues to spread Russia's narrative at the UN and in other places. It advances the propaganda. To date, as best we can tell, it has not engaged in the systematic supply of military equipment or sanctions evasion, but it's something that we watch very, very carefully.
Minister?
Yes. We had a meeting. This is a good thing. This is a transparency conference here, so you can...
Yeah, we also want to know whether Secretary Blinken had a meeting.
Well, we had a meeting as well, a couple of meetings.
I've had lots of meetings.
Well, I think why we are also all arguing so much what peace means is because of the role of China. Because obviously we are going next week not only to the General Assembly, we are also going to the Security Council. We have heard, I have heard it also in the meeting, but you can read it also in media, that China said they will present a paper for peace, which is good because we need everybody in the world to be ready to stand up for peace. But the question will be, what kind of peace will this be? And this is why I think all the three of us try to underline that there is a difference if you call on everybody to stop delivering weapons, and we call also on China or everybody in the world to not deliver weapons to Russia. But if there's a request of saying, so we should stop supporting Ukraine, then there's a huge difference, which Tony Blinken made in September in the Security Council, when he was saying, and if I may, I quote you again, if Russia stops fighting, and we hope this is the plea also from China next week when they propose their peace program, call on Russia to stop fighting, because then this war is over. But if Ukraine stops defending itself, and this could be another plea, then Ukraine is over. And we cannot accept this, because then also the Charter of United Nations is over.
And I think to Annalena's point, you know, and it's understandable to people around the world who may not follow this day in, day out, who are living with their own challenges. In fact, many challenges that have been exacerbated by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Things like a ceasefire sound very attractive. Who doesn't want guns to stop firing? Except we have to be incredibly wary of the kind of traps that can be set. It may come to be that Putin decides, because things are going badly for him, that his best bet is to call for an immediate ceasefire, but in effect a frozen conflict that will freeze the existing lines in place. He will never negotiate the territory that he seized, and meanwhile he'll use the time to rest, to refit, to rearm, and to reattack. So we need to be very wary of allowing any kind of situation to develop. One last thing. One of the very powerful things that Annalena has done over the last year is to constantly remind us that what is happening in Ukraine is about real lives. It's not an abstraction. And hearing from the parliamentarian, is another reminder of that. And one of the things none of us can allow is we cannot allow this to be normalized. We cannot be anesthetized to what's going on. And that's easy to happen. It's relentless on our TVs, and then it becomes background noise for too many people. But the kind of conduct that the Russian forces are engaged in Ukraine, we can never allow that to be normalized. And when we have children who are being taken from their families and sent to Russia and then adopted by Russians in a program that is deliberately designed to do that and, in its own way, try to erase Ukraine's future, that can't be normalized. So one plea for all of us is to make sure that we don't allow that to happen either.
I'm going to give the last, we have run out of time. I'm just going to give the last 20 seconds to Minister Kuleba to tell us what he wants to see in this Chinese peace plan.
I don't think it makes sense to speak about Chinese peace plan before seeing it. I mean, we all understand where it stands. But whatever happens, whatever kind of plans will appear from different quarters of the world, I think we should all be focused on one thing. Even if we are deadly tired, we cannot allow ourselves to get tired of fighting for freedom. And then you have one plan or another or the third one. It's all secondary because you know what you're fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists and also to the audience, and I'm terribly sorry that I couldn't get to all your questions. Let's give the panel a round of applause.
You're watching BR24 Live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference. And now, joining us once again is our former correspondent for the United States, Clemens Fernkotte, live on the ground at the Bayerische Hof. Clemens, happy to have you back. So let me ask you, after what we just saw, was Kuleba just polite when he said he had no issues with the two others on stage?
I think it wasn't politeness. What we witnessed just the last 40-45 minutes was a first open discussion about the real questions. The questions of peace, questions of what means victory, and the answers. So when Kuleba was saying, I have no issues with the two on the other people on the stage, Secretary of State Blinken and the German Foreign Minister, Baerbock, that was for sure. But he was also asked, was a very great moderator from the Financial Times. She was asking, so what about all the other partners? And then was Kuleba saying, do you trust them too, to see that basically the main bottom line is believing in victory of Ukraine? And he said no. And then I was asking, could you mention these countries? Was saying no. I said no, I don't. But more in a serious part of it, basically, it was one of the very first issues that came up with the question, how long will it take? How long will this war go on? And what will be the reaction of the West? How long will they support? And very articulate was Annalena Baerbock in saying, as long as it takes. We all have known in the meantime this phrase, as long as it takes. But she also added, for example, weapon deliveries, ammunition, which is right now an issue, saying that will take for years if it's necessary. And then was a very good question, what about the security of Ukraine as long as the Russian President Putin is in charge? And this question was posed also to Annalena Baerbock. And she was saying, basically, if he doesn't turn his whole idea and policy 360 degrees and turn it around, her answer is no. As long as Putin is in charge, there is no security for Ukraine. And adding to this was the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Kuleba. He was saying there's only peace if Russia changes. If really there's change in Russia and poses no longer a threat to its neighbors. And that's a very tall order.
regarding what you just said, with as long as it takes, there will be the support. Blinken made a very good remark on that, like that we cannot get it normalized or get used to it, so it becomes sort of a background noise because people are numbing up a bit on that. Is this a problem we can see happening right now?
No, it's not my sense. Getting back a bit about the support, and especially support within the population, I think the Vice President
Professor Bizaska, thank you very much for your friendly welcome. President Levitz, Prime Minister Stur, Senator Shaheen, ladies and gentlemen. Where many British soldiers lived with their families. On my way to school, I would often see people in uniform, and I looked up to them with youthful admiration. It was a time when West Germany was part of NATO's eastern flank. There was an underlying threat that we were always aware of at home. The sight of tanks at Checkpoint Charlie and the Cuban Missile Crisis had become etched on my parents' memory, as would years later the threat of SS-20 missiles threatening Western Europe. Like many households in Germany, we stockpiled tinned food and other supplies for a war emergency. At that time, the NATO alliance secured its eastern flank in my country, in Germany. The uniforms I saw on my way to school were a concrete sign of alliance solidarity. Our allies, whether the United States, France, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Belgium, or Canada, has made Germany's security their own security. I was and I am very grateful for that, and that is why for me it is only natural that in Germany we show the same solidarity today. The security of the Baltics and Poland, and that of all our allies, is also German security. Many things today are different from the Cold War era, but sadly, we are again facing a massive threat to our freedom and security. Russia is waging a brutal war of aggression and conquest against Ukraine. And if Putin had his way, this would only be the beginning. Russia must not and will not succeed with its imperialism and its contempt for international law and the international peace architecture. And because neither diplomacy nor tough economic sanctions have made Putin change course, our show of force is the right response. Show of force, that means, on the one hand, to strengthen the brave self-defense of the Ukrainian people. I am proud to be able to say Germany is among the leading supporters of Ukraine. I visited Kyiv only last week. I spoke with frontline soldiers who were getting ready to their training on the Leopard tanks in Germany. Their faces showed the horror of war. At the same time, I saw their morale is unbroken. The dedication and courage is impressive. I assured President Zelensky, Germany will help Ukraine for as long as it takes, together with our European and transatlantic allies. And I made clear, Ukraine must win the war. Show of force, this means, on the other hand, that we must strengthen NATO eastern flank, we must strengthen ourselves. When Russia attacked Ukraine, the alliance reacted quickly and with determination, making available 32,000 ground troops, 140 ships and 135 aircraft at short notice. This is real and serious deterrence. We can and we will defend every inch of alliance territory. Together we continue to increase our military presence along the entire eastern flank. In addition, 300,000 troops will be placed on heightened alert to serve as a rapid response force. Ladies and gentlemen, be it during the Cold War or today, be it in former West Germany or just recently in the Baltics or in Poland, the United States of America have always guaranteed European security. And I am deeply grateful to the American people and President Biden for their commitment to transatlantic solidarity in words and in deeds. At the same time, Europe must do more, a lot of more. To me, the formula cannot be NATO or the European Union. It has to be NATO and the EU, or more precisely, a stronger Europe for a stronger NATO. This is why we want Finland and Sweden to join NATO soon, in the interest of the security of our Finnish and Swedish friends, but also in the interest of a strong alliance. Germany is working to strengthen the European pillar with NATO and enhance the EU's military capacities and capabilities. For Europe, it is all about translating our common responsibility into common strengths through more integrated defense efforts, through military mobility, logistics and infrastructure to help us manage future troop deployments from the west to the east, through common armament and procurement projects such as, for example, the European Sky Shield initiative proposed by Germany. This includes, and I'm saying this deliberately with regard to my own country, this includes a policy for arms exports that facilitates cooperation in this field. Today, the German armed forces are crucial for the defense of Europe. Germany is the largest European troop contributor at the eastern flank of NATO. We have a leading role in providing military support to Lithuania. In Poland and Slovakia, we have developed Patriot air defense systems. We are frequently participating in air policing in the Baltics, and we will upgrade our activities by having the Franco-German brigade exercise in Lithuania and Romania. And Germany stands ready to take on more responsibility. To us, national defense equals collective defense. Of course, this comes with a price. We have passed the largest funding package in the history of the Bundeswehr, 100 billion euro for the exclusive use of our armed forces. We will meet the NATO capability goals, and by 2025 we will put at NATO's disposal a full army division. This is our contribution as a framework nation open to other nations and their contributions. We are strongly committed to the 2% pledge, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, we still have a way to go to get there. I promise I will be working hard to make sure we finally achieve this overdue target. We will be a strong military partner cooperating with and supporting its allies. This applies not only to collective defense, but also to international crisis management, not only on the eastern flank, but also in other regions where security and stability are at stake, including, for example, the Indo-Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, many Germans know very well what it feels like to be the eastern flank. Many Germans know what it is like to live under a dictatorial regime. And many Germans are incredibly grateful for the military support the country and its people have received throughout the Cold War. I hope that German uniforms in Rukla, Sliac or Zamość are nowadays as welcome as British uniforms were in those days when I was a schoolboy in Osnabrück. And may they help protect freedom and democracy in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please join us. Thank you very much. And as we start the panel, I would like to also welcome our other panelists with us, President Eglis Levits, who is the President of the Republic of Latvia. We also welcome Jonas Gahr Støre, the Prime Minister of Norway, and last but not least, Janine Shahin, Senator and the Chair of the Senate Subcommittee on Europe and on Regional Security. Welcome to all of you. We have about 35 minutes to keep this discussion rolling. And of course, there's a number of questions I would like to ask and address to the minister. But before we do, let's try to set the stage also from a broader perspective when it comes to fostering resilience in North and East Europe. I'll start with President Levits. President Levits, a year ago, just after the Russian invasion started, you have expressed concerns, as many of your colleagues in the region, including in Warsaw, that if Putin is not stopped in Ukraine, he will not only reach our borders, but potentially even cross our borders. A year on, after seeing the unprecedented, I think, transatlantic unity and what we have brought from Madrid and what we are hoping to see in Vilnius for the NATO summit, what do you think is the security situation currently in our region? And what do you think is in Putin's head? Because you are a very good expert on Russia and on Vladimir Putin himself. So where do you think he stands today?
So, first of all, I would like to say that this war is an ideological war. Putin has revived the old imperialistic, colonialistic, and racist ideology of the 19th century. In the 19th century, it was usually to try to invade other countries, other continents, and so on. In the 21st century, it's strange. But we have this old ideology, we have a revival of this. The European colonial powers renounced this ideology in the middle of the 20th century without specific difficulties. But we see that for Russia, it is very difficult to renounce this ideology, and there is still a revival. And therefore, I would like to say that Russia is an aggressive country depends not only from Putin, also a big part, we don't know how big part, but a big part of society is supporting this ideology. And therefore, we should count for a long time that Russia will remain aggressive state. It is possible to denounce this ideology, but it takes time, and it deserves collective efforts. And in Germany, in German, there is a word for that, Vergangenheitsbewältigung. And till there would be a real Vergangenheitsbewältigung, coping with the past in Russia, where all that what Russia has done now in Ukraine and previous in other countries would be reflected and renounced, condemned, that will take time. And we have reacted, I mean the West, NATO, European Union, the West as a whole. By the West, I think I can include also some countries like Japan, like South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. We have reacted very quickly to the new situation, and the decisions of the NATO summit to strengthen the eastern flank of NATO came timely. And now it is to implement. We have already started to implement. 4 new battle groups were established in the eastern flank countries. The presence of NATO troops in Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia increased already in the next future to brigade size. And I think this is the right answer to the current security situation, which is created by Russia, not by us. We have only reacted, but quickly reacted, and we have reacted realistic. So a side effect of this situation, I will also mention, is that some in the West have lost their illusions about Russia, about the possibility through trade to get the change, the regime, or to promote democracy, Handel durch Wandel. I think we can let aside this. only realistic concept is deterrence through credible defense capacities. And we are building these credible defense capacities in eastern flank especially, but also in the whole NATO. Because, as you rightly said, the national defense is collective defense. And together, all the 30 and soon 32 countries of NATO are much more stronger than Russia. And this is the basis for our security in Europe, in the North Atlantic area.
So in the run-up to the Vilnius summit, the NATO Vilnius summit, is there anything more that you expect that would make Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland feel safer? Or are we on the right track?
We are on the right track, but we should implement now the decisions of the Madrid summit, and we are on the way to implement them. We have decided to increase the presence of NATO troops in the Baltic countries to the brigade size. We are doing so, and also by prepositioning of weapons, but also we are expecting that there would be a real size, brigade size which are deployed in the Baltic states in the next future. We are working on that, and this is a message for Moscow, for Putin or for Russia, that NATO is strong, that NATO is willing to defend the territory of NATO, and this is the basis for the peace, because Russia will know if Russia would attack a NATO territory, then Russia will lose. That would be catastrophic for Russia. And therefore, this is the reason why this ideology, which is in principle aggressive, could not succeed and would not succeed.
Thank you very much, President. Prime Minister, you are a man of dialogue. You have over and over again throughout your years as Minister of Foreign Affairs and of course later as Prime Minister promoted dialogue across the world. You've also worked very closely with the Russian Federation in, for example, the delimitation, demarcation of your borders. And you've said multiple times that there is a security toolbox, a toolbox for security dialogue here in Europe that does not force Russia to use military options, that dialogue is still possible. A year into the war, do you think that dialogue is still possible? And does that toolbox still exist? Many of us wonder whether the OSCE is still a valuable tool for this type of dialogue. Today we speak mainly about NATO as the organization that protects us, provides us with defense. But what about this dialogue?
Well, I'm faced by a full-fledged attack war. There's only one response, and that is a very strong message, military response. We will defend ourselves. We will support Ukraine in defending itself. It is their right to defend themselves. It's our right to defend them. Mm-hmm. So Norway has consistently, from the beginning, been supporting Ukraine's struggle. We have just announced a 5-year pledge to Ukraine. We are going to support them by 7.5 billion euros over the next 5 years, military, civilian, humanitarian aid. So that's response to that kind of behavior. The great tragedy of this war is that Europe should have had the toolbox to deal politically with differences. That is Putin's great sin, in a way, that he went to full-fledged mobilization and war in a situation where, well, differences may occur and you deal with them using that toolbox. Now, as I said, you said correctly, from the first year I was foreign minister from 2005, and at the moment we had to deal with the fact that we had 170,000 square kilometers in the Barents Sea and Arctic Sea that were disputed with Russia. And according to the law of the sea, then you have to sit down and find how to define that border. So we worked on that pretty intensively, and that was a time when you could work on it. So we negotiated the delimitation, 50-50 division, and a delimitation line which was drawn according to modern principles of law of the sea. I take it that would have been almost impossible today under the circumstances. So I think the point is, we have to look ahead to a Europe where countries small and big can be safe. There's no question that NATO is the pillar of this defense. It has been for us since 1949. It is, as the minister said, collective security across the Atlantic. And NATO, I think, is of extraordinary relevance for both the United States and Canada and Europe. And we have to deepen that cooperation. And then we have to lift our eyes and envisage what will Europe's security order look like in the future. Because there will be a future one day where we have to sit down again and say, how can countries small and big be safe and secure in Europe? And what is happening now, which I think is a fascinating change with the Swedish and Finnish application for membership, all of a sudden the geopolitical setting in Northeast Europe is somewhat changing. Because now the Barents Sea, Norwegian Sea and the Baltic Sea are united in one concept. And the territory can now start to plan for interoperability. I will be in Stockholm on Wednesday with the Finnish President and Swedish Prime Minister to discuss what does this mean for Northern Scandinavia in terms of coordination. We are doing now, German minister has just signed with my foreign defense minister an MOU on how we do military equipment and development. We are buying the same submarines. We have ordered the new Leopard tanks from Germany. So we can start to look at the consistency of an alliance which is there to provide security for all member states. We are also bordering Russia, but we have a different experience than Latvia, Estonia and Lithuania. And that's the great thing about NATO, that is that we can pool our experience, our resources to provide collective security.
Is there any area of resilience that you are particularly maybe worried about when it comes to Russia and Norway? Because you are in a bit better, as you say, position than some of other neighbors, NATO member states. But well, you know, how well is Norway prepared to withstand different types of, from hybrid attacks to even a potential war?
Well, I think this is a very important issue to be discussed in our democracies. What is resilience really? It's a very broad concept because it's obviously about defense, about hard capabilities, and we have to provide them, they have to be relevant. But we see in Ukraine today that resilience is more than only weapons. It's about the mentality, it's about values. And when I visit Ukrainian troops and when I visit Ukrainian civilians, I see, that there is a will there, something which binds them together and something which has united them tremendously during this year, all against Putin's odds. So when we have in Norway now two big commissions working, one on pure defense issues, but also on what we call total defense. And that is, looking into how resilient is society in our civilian spheres. Are our companies aware of what threats we may be faced with from hybrid warfare, from intelligence operations, from cyber attacks? Are we sufficiently provided with civilian reserves to withstand the pressure that you see now in Ukraine? So resilience is a broad notion. Norway, we don't see that there is a specific, at the time, military threat against our country. We are next to Russia's nuclear arsenal in the north. A lot of the ground forces Russia has in the north have been removed and sent to Ukraine, and many of those forces will not come back because they have been eliminated in Ukraine. But still we are under the pressure, you may say, from that intelligence, from the hybrid, from the covert operations, and we have to be prepared in all sectors to face that.
Absolutely, and I have to say I participated in many exercises, policy games where Svalbard was theoretically attacked by the Russians, so that is also somewhere in the military consideration, but I know it's
But
not.
I'll tell you on that note, northern Norway is an area for superb winter exercises, and part of our resilience is that our allies and partners from continental Europe come and join us in exercising under those winter conditions. That's part of that NATO solidarity, which I think is giving us security.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Minister, first of all, thank you for a great address. We heard for as long as it takes, and we must win this war. It's not enough for Ukraine not to lose this war. We have to win this war. But also, what would you tell today the Ukrainians who say we can't have as long as it takes? This has to end as soon as possible, because also Ukraine and the Ukrainian people cannot go forever fighting this war and dying on behalf of us, on behalf of democracies. What would you say to the Ukrainians today?
That I fully agree. There can't be any doubt about that.
So what are we going to do?
Yeah, we Germany, for only Germany alone, can't do a lot. We can do a lot for ourselves, but we have to do it collectively, with the NATO, with our allies, and with everybody who is able to help and to support Ukraine. But still, it's a way to go. We don't know how long it takes. Well, what we have to do is to support Ukraine, as I mentioned in my short speech, as much as it's possible, as long as it takes. But we don't know how long it will take. And therefore, we have to improve and to achieve, especially in context with our defense industries, to improve the production capacities. We need to discuss what we can do for joint procurement, for example, or standardization of ammunition, order procurement of ammunition as soon as possible and as fast as possible. And at the same time, and that is the dilemma and the challenge at the same time, we have to assure that we will be able to refill our obligations in the NATO and towards our allies, that we are always able to defeat enemies and to defend Europe and NATO territory. This is the dilemma at the same time. As quickly as our stocks are emptying, we can't refill in the same time or in a adequate equivalent time. So this is our dilemma at the moment, and therefore we have to do both in a balance and very mindful.
You've said also about your absolute personal commitment to the 2% GDP spending that is required from all NATO member states. And you've also announced some time ago that you would like to raise the budget, if I understand, from 50 billion to 60 billion, 10 billion rise in the next year, if that's correct. Do you have support in the Chancellery? Because I know you have support in the Parliament for that decision.
Well, my position is the Defense Minister of Germany, and I have to announce very clear what is necessary for our obligations regarding the Bundeswehr and, of course, the NATO. This is my responsibility, and I have to clearly say what is necessary. The second step is to negotiate with our partners in the coalition, negotiating with the Parliament, with my friends from all the parties in the Parliament. This is a hard discussion maybe, but...
Are you optimistic about these negotiations? Are you optimistic about these negotiations?
I am always optimistic. You look at my face. I'm always optimistic because we experienced during the last months a 180 degrees turn in the opinions of Germans regarding military questions, military issues, NATO, and of course what's going on in Ukraine. People changed their mind. They changed their perspectives. I would never have expected that would be possible in Germany. And from my point of view, it's in the same moment. It's a bit sad, as I tried to say in my speech, that in my age of 62, I am forced to spend billions of money for weapons after having grown up and lived in a time in which we all thought and believed we would never face again war in Europe. This is incredible, this is horrible. But still, people are learning it at the moment, and very quickly, much faster than I expected.
Thank you very much, Minister. Senator, we've heard today from Vice President Harris about the ironclad commitment of the United States to NATO Article 5. We have seen, an unprecedented visit of a number of senators, congressmen here in Munich. We're also expecting President Biden, as I said, in Poland this week. So I think all this shows the incredible support for NATO, for the eastern flank of NATO, for our region as a whole. But at the same time, today in the morning, a question was asked to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of China about Taiwan. Whether he can, I think Professor Ischinger asked that question, whether he can promise that China will not attack Taiwan. And we heard back that Taiwan is part of China. So there was not only no promise, but I think, many people said here, we're preparing for another war. Do you imagine a situation, I'm sorry to asking these hard questions, in which we would have to have our attention in two different places, on the Pacific and here in Central and Eastern Europe, with two conflicts at the same time? Is America prepared for this? Is the transatlantic alliance prepared for such a worst-case scenario? And what did that mean also for the resilience of our region, where America's attention would have to be pulled back into the Pacific?
Well, can everybody hear? I know there's a little echo. That's why winning the war in Ukraine is so important. Because you can bet that China, Iran, North Korea, all of our adversaries are watching what happens in Ukraine. And they're looking to see if the West can stay united, if we can continue to support NATO, if we can continue to support Ukraine. And they're going to make a calculation about what comes next based on the outcome of this war. And so that's another reason why what everyone here has said is so important, and why strengthening NATO and the eastern flank is so important, and why looking at some of the other areas that NATO is weighing into are important. So NATO's work around cyber is very important. As I talk to countries in Eastern Europe and Southern Europe, they're very worried about cyber attacks. And you know that in the Baltics, Mr. President. We saw Estonia was the first country to be subject to a major cyber attack by Russia. We also saw in the Madrid summit, where we had 4 Asian countries that attended the summit, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea. The expansion of NATO to engage Asian countries in the conversation is really important, because what we're seeing in this war in Ukraine is that it doesn't just affect Europe, the United States, it affects the entire world. And to the extent that the shipping lanes in Ukraine have closed down so that food is not available to Africa, that Russia's cut off its energy to Europe and to the United States and other countries, that affects energy around the world. We are all connected, and we need to start behaving, as everyone here has said, like we're all connected and like we all have something at stake here.
Thank you very much, Senator, for this. Let me also thank you for the really incredible bipartisan support that the effort to help Ukraine has fostered in the Congress since day one. I think you were way ahead of the administration in terms of, saying we need to do everything that is possible in the first days and weeks of this war. But how confident are you that this bipartisanship will prevail beyond 2023 and even more so 2024 if necessary?
I think it will continue as long as we need to support the war effort. Senator Risch, who is the vice chair, the ranking member of our Senate Foreign Relations Committee, who is a Republican, and I led a delegation last fall. And we got this question a lot. And I thought he did a very good job of answering it. He said, Congress is a very wide range, represents a wide range of the public in the United States. And so we may have a few people on either extreme, as we have some people on either extreme in the country. who don't support this war. But the majority of Republicans and Democrats, Senate and House, are going to do everything we can to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to win this war.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Senator. And because we are really left with 10 to 15 minutes, I would like to take a few questions from the floor. Our first question is actually going to be asked by one of our Munich young leaders, Ms. Agnieszka Ignaciuk, who is the chief expert at the Department of the Committee for EU Affairs at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland. Pani Agnieszka, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. It has been very interesting discussions. The things that have been said, of course, as you all said, our distinguished speakers, the concept of resilience is vast, and we could have spent probably 2 or 3 more hours discussing what does it really mean. But one particular thing that I would like to follow up on is a point that has been made by the Latvia's president. So already in 2016, during the Warsaw Summit, allies have agreed that resilience is really the prerequisite for a robust deterrence and defense posture. And since then, in Madrid last year, it has been reiterated that resilience is actually a national responsibility, but also at the same time a collective commitment. So with this whole vast concept, if there was one thing that you would have to narrow it down to in order to make sure that we would foster this deterrence by punishment in the northeastern region, northeastern flank, what would it be? If you had to choose one critical measure, activity, area where we should foster our resilience.
Who wants to start? President, would you like to say what is truly important today for Latvia's ability to withstand the type of challenges we're going to see for our security?
Yeah. Resilience is a very broad notion, as the Prime Minister said. And if you are speaking about societal resilience, then of course commitment of the society to our values. I think this is a basis. And all other things, politics and law and so on, and also our defense, commitment to defense, derives from our values. If our values are democracy, freedom, then of course all other directions of the politics follows. And if I am allowed only to choose one thing, then I would choose value.
Values, very important, President. So that we remain committed to our values, everything that follows. Prime Minister, do you agree? And any other areas?
Yeah, I think I can agree. I mean, so if I had only 5 seconds, I would, of course, agree with values. I mean, we can have a long discussion on that. I would still add another element when it comes to understanding the effects of one year of war in Ukraine. Have a good dialogue with our military and say, what lessons have we learned? What have we learned in terms of Russia's ability and lack of ability? What have we learned of the quality of our weapons and the lack of quality of our weapons? I mean, I take back one important lesson, and that is to defend yourself from long-range missiles. Defend your troops, defend your cities, defend your water, electricity, utilities. So, you know, there are lessons to be learned here. I think the minister mentioned one point, which is how do we get our military, our defense industry to work at a speed and scope which is adapted to our times. You know, when I was foreign minister, I was granting export licenses for military equipment out of Norway. But as Prime Minister, I have seen the effect of these weapons on the European scene. For example, NASAM's air defense, what that means. What does it mean to have operational long-term artillery? But when it comes to replenishing the needs and the stockpiles, we have a challenge. And we really have to get our gear going. So I would agree with values. I would talk about the youth. I would say that young people, where do they get their opinions shaped? And who is feeding their iPhones with ideas? And how can we match the key ideas of democracy, solidarity, what it means to be a community, against the enormous influx of information that shape young people's values? But also on the resilience, on the hard material side, I think we have lessons to learn.
Yes, I'm sorry. Senator, you wanted to add to this, please.
Yes, I would add accountability to that because, as our Vice President said this morning, people who commit crimes against humanity have to be held accountable. And if dictators think they can do what Vladimir Putin is doing in Ukraine with no accountability, then they're going to be willing to do it again and again and again. So I think we really need to look at how we hold people accountable for atrocities that they're committing.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minister.
You're wrong.
I think it's working now.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Okay. The Social Democratic Party has...
No, it's not. I don't think it's on.
I think we'll need somebody from the technical team to help us.
Yeah.
The mic is coming.
Green light is not on.
Thank you. The Social Democratic Party has a chairman in the early 50s. His name was Kurt Schumacher. And he used to say, politics has always to start with a realistic look at the reality. And I think this is true. And this is a very strong and very important base skill to be able to become and to stay resilient. Because if you dream, if you think the world is another than the one I want to live in, then you will fail in operating what is necessary to do. And I believe that awareness, an optimistic but realistic look into the world is the best thing for especially for the young generation to see how she can manage and organize and operate the future with friends and allies, and especially towards our enemies. So to be aware, to be awake, to know what is going to do, and then to stand together with the values we just mentioned. This is the best start condition we can wish.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much. We have really a few minutes left, and I'll just take two more questions. The lady in the back, and then Rodrish we have here in the front. So we'll take them together, and this is going to also be a final segment. Please.
Thank you so much. I'm Marina Henke from the Hertie School in Berlin. I have a question to everybody but the German defense minister. Are you happy with German policy toward Eastern and Northern Europe? And if there was one wish you could voice toward Germany, what would it be?
Thank you for that question. Rodrish, you have the same? Maybe you have a question to your minister.
Well, I have a question to... What is it?
Another mic is coming.
Thank you very much indeed. I could align with the speaker just now. The name of the panel is Show of Force or Just for Show. It is also a show of justice for Ukraine. And therefore I applaud the German defense minister for his clear statement that Ukraine must win. Mr. Minister, this is a change in the German attitude, and I'm grateful for that. But what does it mean? And second, to the others, what does this mean for Russia? I believe Russia must learn to lose, but what does this mean Ukraine has to win for Russia? Thank you.
So the last segment is about Germany. Who wants to start? President, please.
Yes. Whether I'm happy with Germany? Yes, I'm happy with Germany. Because Germany has, after a period of reflection of the 70 years of Pacific meaning. And quick, very quick, I would say, from historical point of view. In few months, changed the situation and came to a realistic approach to reality, as Kurt Schumacher said in the 50s. And I think we can only be happy with this change, radical change. The speech of Chancellor Scholz 3 or 4 days after the beginning of the Russian attack was has already said what will be the German politics, but then, of course, the real politics followed a little bit later, so after several months. So, and I think then we are in line with the whole NATO alliance, Germany and all 29 other members, plus the 2 new members. We have reached a consensus that Ukraine should win, what you said today. And of course, Ukraine will win after our statement here. So, and yeah.
I'm sorry, please continue.
Yeah, no, concerning Germany. So what that means for Russia? For Russia, that means to go back to own borders. It's so simple. To Russian borders, to go back to Russian borders. It's very simple. Of course, there could be certain explanations from Russian side, but without that, there would not be a lasting peace. And thus, lasting peace can be based only on justice. And a peace which would be unjust for Ukrainians, of course, is not a lasting peace. I would also remember that in Latvia, in Estonia, Lithuania, in Western Ukraine, 10 years after the Second World War, during the Soviet occupation, there was a very strong resistance against Russian occupants. And I cannot imagine that there would not be resistance in occupied territories. So lasting peace could be based only on justice, and justice means Russia should go back to their own internationally recognized borders. There is no problem for Russia for that.
Thank you very much, President. Prime Minister, very briefly, Germany, are you satisfied?
Yeah,
and of course, the Russian question. What happens next?
Well, my answer is yes. And I think the great thing about NATO is that we have 30 countries with different positions, histories, backgrounds. We come together and we pool these experiences and we become stronger together. Being a neighbor with Russia has some different historic meaning. Being Latvia and being Norway, we have different experiences. We come together and support each other. We are with Germany and Lithuania working together. If I'm a Prime Minister of Norway, I have to understand what does it mean to be Chancellor of Germany? What history do you bring with you? What presence do you bring with you? And what future lies ahead? How do you play those cards in a way that can maximize what we shall do together? And I believe that Germany has been fortunate to have had wise chancellors who've been able to strike this balance, which only the Chancellor can do. And I'm happy to note that being as a Norwegian, we have extended our defense cooperation with Germany significantly in recent times. That is based not only on trading material militarily, but it's also on this foundation of common values, on working together and having a perspective. So I think what the Chancellor did a few days after the occupation is of historic proportions. And, I depend on succeeding that the minister helps me succeed. And I know that for Germany to succeed, Germany counts on European partners to succeed, and across the Atlantic. So yes, I think this conference has also confirmed that Germany and we are on the right track, but it will require tremendous effort every day from all of us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll go back to you, Minister, at the end. Senator.
Yes, I think we're very happy with Germany's commitment to and partnership on this support for the war in Ukraine. And I am reassured, Mr. Minister, by your commitment to the 2% of GDP for defense spending, the commitment to NATO. On Russia, absolutely we need to go back to the 1991 borders and more importantly, we also need to think long-term about how we deal with Putin and with other dictators, and that's why the strength of NATO, why the deterrence that we're talking about is so important.
Thank you very much, Senator. Minister, if it was up to this panel, you already have the 10 billion in your budget, in your defense budget. However, we wish you much luck with that. If you could address the last question we had, what does it concretely mean, the support that Ukraine needs in terms of course, ammunition, in terms
have to step up even further to be very actively part in these transitions. That's why I propose this. We've been discussing that for quite some time now about decommissioning coal-fired plants by having them invested through very tight investment schemes, not just to throw out the money, but to actually be part in the whole transition.
Does anybody want to add to that, or we can conclude this conversation here?
Important issue, I'll just say. Yeah.
Sorry?
Very important issue.
Yeah, absolutely. I really thank you for your question. And so with that, I think we've wrapped before time. This is quite impressive for an African such as myself. We're not very good with timekeeping, but I'd like to thank my panel for your contributions. Thank you so much to our audience for your attention and as well as your questions. Asanteni.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My question is about the so-called Asian Xi and Ms. Park. As we know, last year, Japanese Prime Minister and South Korea President attended the summit meeting of NATO in Madrid, Spain. And also, we noted that US Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of NATO visited Japan and Korea. And also, the increasing voice in both Japan and South Korea to welcome NATO to become a global NATO and to increase its presence in Asia-Pacific region. So, if so, what would be the possibility that the trilateral alliance between United States, Japan, and South Korea to become Asia version of NATO? If it is the case, what would be implication to regional security of Asia-Pacific region? And the last question to Mr. Hayashi. You just mentioned in your remarks, okay, Japan will increase its military budget by 2027 of 2% of its GDP. Do you think it would be produce a negative impact on Chinese neighbor security environment and the regional security in Asia Pacific? Because we do have painful memory of Japan's invasion of China in 1930s and the 1940s. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, David.
The International
Sorry,
John,
sorry.
Josh, that's all right. Thanks very much. A quick question to Hayashi-san. It was a delight to meet you in December in the same week that you issued your 3 new defense documents. I noticed that in early February, President Marcos visited Japan and had a very good meeting with Kishida-san. When he returned to the Philippines, he said that it was to be hoped that Japan and the Philippines could agree a visiting forces agreement that was consistent both with the Japanese constitution and with the Philippine constitution. If that were to become the case, maritime surveillance of the West Philippine Sea, as Manila would call it, would be much enhanced. And I wonder whether you could tell us how soon a visiting forces agreement might actually be concluded between yourself and the Philippines. And for my friend Minister Park from North Korea, from the Republic of Korea, a North Korean assessment, because this year, while all of us have been focused on Ukraine, North Korea has done more ballistic missile tests than ever before. There is concern that it might test a nuclear device. Can you give us what the assessment is of your intelligence community on that potential risk? Thank you.
All right, last question right here from Munich Young Leader.
Thanks very much.
Can we get her another mic? I think.
Thanks very much. I'm Lynn Kwok. I'm from the IISS, the International Institute for Strategic Studies. My question is directed to Minister Cleverly. In 2021, the UK released its integrated review, and within that integrated review, there was the Indo-Pacific tilt. Since then, of course, we've had the war in Ukraine, and the UK, I understand, is preparing a refresh of its integrated review. What might we expect in terms of the refresh for the Indo-Pacific? Are we going to see the UK's engagement in the Indo-Pacific stay the same, increase, or decrease? Thank you.
So let's just go down in the order that we presented and kind of pick up the questions that were directed towards you or you want to start with. So Mr. Hayashi, starting with you.
Thank you. First question is about our relationship with the NATO. And as you know, NATO is a really reliable and natural partner for Japan, and who shares common values such as PJ says, the value of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, as well as strategic interest. So in order to maintain and strengthen a free and open international order based on the rule of law, we will enhance the cooperation with NATO in areas including cyber, and we also cooperate in areas such as critical and emerging technologies, outer space, and disinformation. So we are not a member of NATO, as you know very well. We are friends, so that the cooperation in those practical matters will be highly appreciated for that. And also, the question goes to the pre-war Japan history. And those who know Japan's progress as a peace-loving nation in the post-war period would not have such questions. So we have no intention of changing such way of life, keeping 77 years now, and the way of life that seeks to prosper together with countries in the regions. And we, national security strategy, which I mentioned, clearly articulates that as a peace-loving nation, we will adhere to the basic policies of maintaining an exclusively national defense-oriented policy. And on the question on the Philippines, we really had a great meeting with the summit meeting, welcoming the President Marcos just a few weeks ago. And prior to that, we already have a 2+2 meeting with Philippines, if I remember correctly, last year, so that the defense cooperation in that sense further enhancing. And we have common concerns, such as the West Philippine Sea. I said that in South China Seas, but that stipulates the same things. And also we are cooperating in the Coast Guard. So we are providing them with a ship and also training. So those cooperations are highly appreciated by both sides. So thank you.
Mr. Park?
In answer to your question about what kind of relationship we would like to have with NATO, Korea doesn't aim to, say, create an Asian version of NATO, but we want to expand our cooperation with NATO because what is happening in Europe directly affects the geopolitical situation and peace and stability in Asia too, and vice versa. So as a global partner of NATO, we would communicate with the member countries of NATO to discuss how we can together overcome the common challenges and to bring the war in Ukraine to an end as soon as possible, and also for NATO countries to contribute to the peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula, and to also help maintain peace and stability in the region as a whole. So I think this is a very productive and meaningful interaction between NATO and the countries in Asia. And another good thing is that Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, the 4 countries, were invited to Spain, Madrid, Spain, last year. And we had our own Asia-Pacific 4 discussions on the margins of the NATO main conference, which was very productive. So I think that this relationship will continue for the interest of not only the members, but also countries in Asia like Korea and Japan.
I think John had a question.
About North Korean proliferation, I can't tell you how many bombs they have, but North Korea argues that they are de facto nuclear country, and we suspect that North Korea is engaged in uranium enrichment and plutonium reprocessing to produce more nuclear arsenal. But the dilemma North Korea is faced is that no matter how many nuclear bombs they make, their economy is failing. And they have the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. And they have a kind of complicated relationship with China. Therefore, we are proposing to the North that they have a better choice to make through the audacious initiative that we propose to the North. Plus, we'll be ready to provide any humanitarian assistance to North Korea, regardless of political and military considerations. So I hope that North Korea can make audacious decision to take our audacious initiative rather than going down the slippery slope of the wrong side of the history.
So Minister Jolie, you get the best thing. You can pick whatever you want out of the questions. And
That's
answer.
perfect. Well, you know, I think just following on the question of security involvement, right now there is a collaboration between Japan, Korea, the Five Eyes, Germany, and France on the fact of making sure that we respect the UN Security Council motion on North Korea. And I was in Japan and I met the Canadian Armed Forces that are participating in this important exercise, but which shows that cooperation is possible. We also issued a G7 statement this morning regarding North Korea, and we think that the question of North Korea needs to be addressed even more at the UN Security Council. It will be a test for the UN Security Council in the circumstances, but we think we need to reaffirm that question. When it comes to the Philippines and many other countries in the region, what we've seen clearly is right now, because there is a new phenomenon, it's been increasing, of illegal fishing, it becomes flashpoint for conflicts in the region. So what we are doing in the context of our Indo-Pacific strategy is investing even more in oceans management, because we think we have to uphold the UN the International Convention on the Law of the Sea, but we need to concretely help particularly ASEAN countries to make sure that their sovereignty is respected, but also that we can provide them data and provide them support to identify the phenomena of illegal fishing within their borders.
Great. Mr. Cleverly.
Well, thank you for the question. And I'm slightly torn, because if I go into too much detail, I'm sure my Prime Minister will be unhappy that I have given away the content of a document before he does, and ultimately it's his document. But
it will make the news for sure.
Yeah. But I can give you a steer that when I travelled to the region, very shortly after I was appointed, I made a speech in Singapore, and I said the Indo-Pacific tilt is here to stay. My first set of visits after being appointed, my very first visit was across to the UN General Assembly, and then I went to Japan, I went to Korea, then I went to Singapore. And the reason that I did that multi-leg trip was to say that, notwithstanding the fact that Russia has invaded Ukraine and much of the world's focus was on that European sphere, the UK's commitment to the region is here to stay. My visit was there to demonstrate that, and I have no doubt that when the IR refresh comes out, you will see a restating of our commitment to the region for all the reasons that I gave before. It is going to be an increasingly important part of the world, and even if we tried to be less engaged with the Indo-Pacific region, I don't think it would be possible, because it would demand our attention. So we're going to be proactive in our engagement. That will be reflected in the IR refresh, in the integrated review refresh. I have no doubt.
Well, you guys have left us with 5 minutes. I see somebody who's eagerly wants to get a question up. So let me go here. Let me get these two right here, here and here. We have 5 minutes. So I'm going to take these two.
Sorry.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. My name is Shogo Kawakita with the Kyoto News, a senior staff writer of Kyoto. I have a question for Mr. Park. You told us that you were looking for future-oriented partnership relationship with Japan. But as Mr. Hayashi told us, that Japan has made a historic decision to increase our spending, defense spending, from 1% of GDP to 2% of GDP in 5 years. Traditionally speaking, due to some history issues, you were unhappy over our efforts to increase our defense capability. How would you respond to our decision this time around, and how would you even appreciate our decision? And could you also tell us about...
Let's keep it, we've only got a few minutes. Let's keep
could you also tell us a sentiment of general public about this? And quick question for Mr. Hayashi.
Now you're really stretching. You're doing the DC thing. Please.
Have you received any cautious or negative responses from Asian countries other than China on this historic decision? Thank you very much.
Please, let's get this in and we'll get right back up. Is the mic working?
It's not.
It is.
Hello, my name is Maria de Haas. I am the only representative of Mexico in the conference. And Mexico is a country concerned like you are about the situation in the Pacific. My question is, what can the countries of the Pacific do in diplomatic terms to reduce the conditions of a volatile environment in the region and prevent the Thucydides trap from being feasible?
All right, my job is to keep this within the next 2 minutes, which is going to be impossible. But if everyone takes a kind of a 30-second version, let's start with Minister Park, because a lot of the questions were directed at you, and then I'm going to go through and everybody can just have their closing based on that. So, Minister Park.
Yeah, well, I think that Japan obviously is considering the changing strategic environment in Asia and Indo-Pacific, and is making its decision with regard to its defense spending. From Korean viewpoint, I really hope that Japan can maintain its spirit of peace constitution, maintain transparency, and contribute to peace and stability in the region.
Quick response, that's the diplomatic dialogue, so I cannot disclose whatever the counterpart says. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
On Mexico, I had a good meeting with your foreign minister, Marcelo Ebrard, good friend of mine, with Tony Blinken. We were in Mexico a month ago. And as there's more integration of the supply chain within North America, we need to put a national security lens on foreign investments. And in that context, we can work with Mexico on this.
Final word?
No.
Okay. Well, then I want to say that we want to get the two of you to have your bilateral meeting and not take up any more time.
Exactly.
I've done my job. You have done more than your job of getting us out in time. Thank you all for your questions. Thank you for your engagement. Let's thank the foreign ministers for their time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main program will continue after the dinners at 10 p.m. with a nightcap in the public square titled Russia Reimagined: Visions for a Democratic Future. For now, enjoy your dinners and see you later.
interesting question is how you get the balance right between the hard security and the other aspects that are crucial to guaranteeing peace. And Senator, I'd be interested to get your perspective and to get the American perspective in the hard security and the other aspects that are crucial to guaranteeing peace. And Senator, I'd be interested to get your perspective and to get the American perspective. Also, the other question, important question again about the accountability conundrum and how you guarantee that, that there is accountability, because what we've seen also, lessons learned in other places, if you don't deal with those grievances, you get a recurrence of conflict. And I'd be interested, Cabinet Secretary, in your perspective on that. So I'd leave it to all of you. The lessons learned question, Cabinet Secretary Annette and Senator Kuhn.